Chapter 1264. While Jiang Tian was in seclusion, Jiang Tian had already sent Xianxia and other disciples to reach an agreement with various countries. Many countries would support Jiang Tian in forming a global myth alliance to attack many hidden arcane realms. However, Jiang Tian had already broken the immortal trap formation and broken the shackles of many arcane realms and gods of foreign races. However, these heads of state were now scheming against him, going back on their word and making excuses. A cold murderous intent appeared in Jiang Tian's eyes. Ever since his rise, no one had dared to stand him up and go back on their word. However, Jiang Tian thought about it and finally hid the murderous intent in his eyes. He just smiled indifferently. Keynes was so angry that his face was livid. He slammed the table and roared, "You are too naive. You think that your gods are your protectors? You are gravely mistaken. They are not humans, nor are they of the same race. They will definitely not be of the same mind as us. You should rely on Taichu, Tianqing School, and the Myth Alliance. Moreover, have you forgotten the previous agreement? All countries in the world must support the Myth Alliance. There is only one Myth Alliance in the world. Aren't you building another mountain?" The Russian emperor straightened his back and said, "Your Excellency Keynes, just like Taichu is dedicated to protecting Wuxia, the arcane realm masters and gods of various countries will also protect the countries and people where they are. We support the recovery of spirit qi, but Taichu is too domineering and dictatorial to kill the gods of other countries. Especially when the defense coalition forces enter our country, it involves the issue of sovereignty. This cannot be ignored or backed down." Keynes pointed at the Russian emperor's nose and shouted, "You are so stubborn. If they start to attack you and your country's regime one day, I hope you won't ask the Taichu Alliance or the Global Defense Alliance for help. Our country is fully capable of dealing with this matter. You don't have to worry about it." The Russian emperor's attitude was tough and unyielding. "I think the leader of the Taichu Alliance doesn't want to see the human alliance fall apart before the invasion of the ruins of immortality and the humans on Earth kill each other first, right?" The Russian emperor said with a meaningful smile. The negotiations fell into a stalemate for a while. The representatives of each country insisted on their own views and quarreled endlessly. The conference room was noisy. Jiang Tian remained silent for a long while, then sighed and said, "How about this? You can ally with your gods, but you can also remain independent. However, I hope that you will be fully vigilant. Once they reveal their hostility, if you have the Kuelian system, immediately activate and kill them. If you don't, you can authorize the United States, Wuxia and Tianqing School to use the Kuelian system to attack." After saying that, Jiang Tian flung his sleeves and walked out of the meeting room with an ashen face. The Russian emperor and the others smiled proudly and walked out of the conference room with their heads held high. Keynes quickly caught up with Jiang Tian and said anxiously, "They want to have their own mythological alliance to compete with the mythological alliance of the leader of the Taichu Alliance. After the recovery of spirit qi or the invasion of the ruins of immortality, they want to have independent command and decision-making power. If we let them do as they wish, the global myth alliance will go bankrupt. If the superbrain man of your country is still here, will the Pentagon easily submit to the myth alliance?" Jiang Tian said with a smile. Keynes smiled awkwardly. Next to him, Su, who had been promoted to the leader of the Wuxia Guardians Alliance, said fiercely, "Grandmaster, why are you being polite to them? If they don't submit, just kill them." Jiang Tian said calmly, "If I were to kill these representatives now, of course, I would be able to forcefully form a global mythological alliance. However, the foundation of this alliance would be unstable. They would never be willing to submit to me. Leader, what should we do? We can't let our plan fail, right?" Su frowned and said with worry and indignation. Jiang Tian tearing apart the immortal trap formation had already freed these arcana realm experts and gods of foreign races. Their strength had greatly increased, and the recovery of spirit qi would further elevate them to the limit. Many forces had obtained great benefits from Jiang Tian, but now, they did not recognize or accept Jiang Tian's leadership. Even these secular officials who had originally agreed to it had now gone back on their word and refused to cooperate with the Myth Alliance. Jiang Tian risked his life to tear apart the immortal trap formation, but it had completely become a wedding dress for others. Don't worry. Jiang Tian's expression was calm as he said lightly, I said that the experts in those small grotto heavens, arcana realms, and gods of foreign races will definitely subvert their existing secular power and order. The Russian emperor and the others will definitely beg me to take action. And it will be soon. The arcana realms and the alien races won't have the patience to wait for me to recover spirit chi. They can't wait to show their sharp fangs. Hearing that, Ying Su's heart skipped a beat and her expression changed drastically. She said, according to the information provided by the Pentagon, there are arcana realm experts in those hidden arcana realms who aren't afraid of nuclear weapons. Won't those countries be in trouble? Won't the people be plunged into misery and suffering? Those who weren't afraid of nuclear weapons basically had to be golden core overlords. Once the overlords at this level took action, their power would be extremely terrifying. They could easily destroy tens of thousands of troops and destroy large cities. It's not our country. Why do you have to be so saintly? We haven't reached the level of a global community with a shared future yet. The internal conflicts are still fierce. Let those arcana realms do whatever they want. Jiang Tian was still smiling and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes that made Ying Su's heart palpitate. Sure enough, as Jiang Tian had guessed, many arcana realms, small grotto heavens, and even the entire earth began to become restless. Countless arcana realms and arcana realms that had never shown up showed up and displayed their power. I'm OM, the king of Atlantis and the lord of the ocean. Please convey that the Atlantis civilization supports Kong Techu's recovery of spirit chi. We're willing to work with His Excellency Kong Techu to protect the human civilization. I'm going to pay him a visit. South of Spain, near the Strait of Gibraltar. Suddenly, the waves rolled and a fisherman on a fishing boat was shocked to see a giant city made of gold. It was bigger than 10 aircraft carriers combined. It slowly rose to the surface of the sea. The buildings in the city were exquisite. Many tall towers stood straight like peerless swords. The palaces were continuous and the roads were horizontal and vertical. The layout was reasonable. The walls of the buildings were engraved with beautiful patterns. There were strong waves of Dharma power that seemed to be able to absorb the spirit chi in the world. A stalwart man wearing ancient golden armor, a 7-star crown on his head, and a trident in his hand rose into the air like a dragon. He bowed slightly to the fisherman and said with a serious expression, I'm sorry, but I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. We're in charge of His Excellency Kong Techu's recovery of spirit chi. However, the Atlantis civilization is a lost civilization. We've been in seclusion for tens of thousands of years. We don't need to join the Myth Alliance. Please convey the message. We'll definitely convey the message to Tianqing School and His Excellency Kong Techu. The captain stepped forward and said with a trembling voice, Thank you. If His Excellency Kong Techu insists on forcing us, I, OM, will fight to the death with Kong Techu for my civilization. The king of Atlantis' gaze was as sharp as a knife. Then he, his many generals, and the magnificent city sank into the sea and disappeared. Oh my God! The pain in my body has disappeared. The rheumatism that has plagued me for more than 10 years. Suddenly, a sailor exclaimed, My scars are also healed. My broken little finger is healed. Everyone exclaimed. They had bathed in the divine light of the king of Atlantis and were cured of all their illnesses. This scene was captured by the fishermen and broadcasted on the media. BBC, Agence France-Presse, CNN, and the Associated Press were all the most influential media in the world. The world was in an uproar. In Plato's dialogues, it was recorded that the Atlantis civilization was extremely advanced and had a population of 1 billion people. It was one of the most powerful civilizations in ancient times. However, it was submerged by the prehistoric flood and sank to the bottom of the sea, never to appear again. Many historians and explorers had investigated the history of this civilization, but they couldn't find any evidence of its existence. Over time, Many people treated this civilization as a false legend. Unexpectedly, they really existed and even wanted to join Kong Techu's myth alliance. This was too shocking. In the Bermuda Delta. Boom. Men and women with human heads and fish bodies appeared on the surface of the sea, attracting the media to interview them. They claimed to be the Sea Demon tribe and had occupied this place for many years. They refused to join the myth alliance and form an army of sea demons. If Kong Techu insisted on forcing them, they would fight to the death. Their leader was called the Sea King, and his name was Arthur. He had already transformed into a human with 4 limbs. He was tall and had blonde hair and blue eyes. He was handsome, but his whole body was covered with golden scales. He was the half-brother of the king of Atlantis, the Sea Lord Amu. Previously, he had fought many battles with Amu for the position of the Sea Lord. Arthur put it plainly. Previously, many plane crashes and disappearances around the Bermuda Delta and even around the world were caused by him and his people. This included the famous Titanic crash. Because humans had polluted the sea and overharvested, the living space of the sea demons was getting smaller and smaller. They had no choice but to kill. The civilization of the sea is completely different from that of the mainland. Since the Industrial Revolution, the sea has been severely polluted. Humans are decadent, degenerate, and shameless. They are not qualified to be the masters of this planet. Facing the cameras of the reporters, Arthur stood proudly on the surface of the sea. His eyes were arrogant and bloodthirsty. He roared, "As a human, Kong Techu only represents the mainland civilization. He is not qualified to control the sea and the thousands of sea demons. But he actually gave me an ultimatum, which is already a great disrespect. I advise him to kneel before me and accept his punishment within 3 days. Otherwise, I'll surely start a great battle and annihilate the heavenly clear sect." When the news came out, the world was shocked. No one expected the Bermuda Delta to be so powerful and to declare war on Kong Techu. Chapter 1265. Between the 2 rivers, on the right side of the Euphrates River, the old site of Babylon. A giant tower appeared out of thin air. It was more than 10,000 feet tall and pierced through the clouds. It was completely built with huge black stones. Strange cuneiform characters were engraved on it, emitting a dazzling charm and brilliance. This tower was so tall that it seemed to be able to extend into the endless void. It was so magnificent that it could be compared to the sky. The Tower of Babel appeared. Then, the Sky Garden also appeared not far from the Tower of Babel. The Sky Garden was covered with vines. The fragrance of orchids wafted through the air, and the petals were as clear as jade. It was full of vitality. Among the flowers, there were countless men and women in white robes, emitting divine light. They were like real gods, flying in circles and chanting scriptures. It was like a celestial chanting and the sound of the great Tao. It was ethereal and otherworldly. Almost within a few hours, countless media arrived at the scene and filmed this strange and shocking scene. "I am the descendant of the king of Babylon, the king of Assyria." An old man in a white robe, with a withered face and white hair, stepped out and floated in the air. His voice was as loud as a bell. "My ancestors once rebelled against the true gods of the kingdom of heaven and experienced the prehistoric flood. My ancestors were terrified. They started to build this tower in 3000 BC to resist the disasters of the kingdom of heaven. But the kingdom of heaven thought that we were challenging their authority and tried to stop us. They sent an army of angels to kill us. We could only create the Sky Garden in the dimension world and hide completely. The Babylonian civilization valued freedom more than gold and gems. For freedom, we didn't hesitate to die and go to war with the kingdom of heaven. We didn't even want to surrender to the kingdom of heaven, let alone Kong Techu. The king of Assyria of Babylon hereby declares that the Babylonian civilization is independent and will never be a slave. We refuse to join the mythological alliance." He waved his hand, and a vast wave of magic power swept across. Suddenly, a towering mountain 100 kilometers away turned into dust and drifted away like ashes. He had completely wiped it off the face of the earth. This scene shocked everyone once again. According to the records of the Holy See, the first rainbow appeared in the sky after the flood. Then the true God of heaven came and said, "The rainbow shall be a sign of my covenant with the earth, and shall be a remembrance of my covenant with you and with every living creature of flesh and blood. And the flood shall no longer overflow and destroy all living creatures of flesh and blood." Then God made a covenant with the people of the earth by means of the rainbow that no flood shall destroy the earth. But the ancient Babylonians were very rebellious. They said, "There is no reason for our future and the future of our children to depend on the rainbow. We should do something. Even if the flood comes again, we will not be afraid." Therefore, they worked together to build the Tower of Babel, which was the city of Babylon. The city was prosperous and magnificent, piercing through the clouds as if it could reach the heavens. This infuriated the kingdom of heaven and the gods. They destroyed their beliefs and destroyed their unified language. They couldn't communicate with each other, so the heavenly tower was half destroyed. The image of the tower stopping halfway had a symbolic meaning in religious art. It meant that the arrogance of humans would only lead to chaos in the end. The so-called Babel meant chaos in ancient Hebrew. But no one expected that the giant tower and the sky garden had been built successfully. They were not defeated by the Holy See and the kingdom of heaven. They were just hidden in a folded space. If one were to say that the three secret realms were merely threats and warnings, then that would be the case. The Tunguska Magic Lake in Russia and the Black Pyramid in Egypt directly used blood and lives to show their protest and dissatisfaction. They provoked Jiang Tian with cruel killings. Boom! On the Siberian plateau, in the depths of the Black Magic Lake, which looked like the eyeball of the earth, suddenly, demonic chi rolled like dark clouds. The sorrowful sound of horns resounded through the sky. Black iron battleships, which were hundreds of meters long, rushed out of the lake like ancient battleships. They cut through the sky and rushed toward St. Petersburg at more than 10 times the speed of sound. On the battleships, a group of demons in black clothes and black armor were 5 meters tall. Some of them had wings on their backs, and some had 3 heads and 6 arms. There were thousands of demonic chi rolling around them. Originally, the Tunguska Magic Lake said that they were going to form a mythical alliance of Russia and cooperate with the government. Why did they suddenly attack? Kong Techu was right. These demons were indeed deceiving me. Putin, the Great of Russia, never expected that the other party would tear up the cooperation agreement between the two sides. He regretted it so much that he wanted to cry but had no tears. He immediately ordered the attack and announced the information about the Tunguska Magic Lake to the world. Russia's military strength was only second to Wuxia, the United States, and Sidoni. But even hundreds of supersonic fighter jets and nuclear weapons failed to destroy those black iron battleships. Russia's hundreds of thousands of soldiers formed a solid defense line like a great wall of steel, but it was torn apart by the demon army as easily as crushing dry weeds. The demon army occupied the Kremlin, and the Russian emperor began to establish a government in exile. The leader of the demonic army, who had 3 heads and 6 arms, beheaded the commander-in-chief of the Russian army. He lived in the Kremlin and announced his victory in front of the camera. He claimed to be the son of the demon king Tunguska, and his name was Ayu. The successive Tsars had to obtain his approval to ascend to the throne, and the leaders of all the major churches in Russia had to worship him. But he didn't want to pay attention to the mortals, so he didn't come out. Now that Russia had sided with Kong Techu and become enemies with the Tunguska Magic Lake, they were taught a lesson. Kong Techu, thank you for breaking the immortal trap formation, allowing our demonic nature and demonic energy to be completely unrestrained. We can finally start a massacre. The son of the demon king, Ayu, smiled sinisterly. I announce that the ancient demons have returned. Within 10 days, the governments of all countries, including Sidoni and Tianqing School, will come to the Tunguska Magic Lake to worship the demon king. Otherwise, I will kill all the humans. In the end, under the Great of Russia's request for help, Wuxia released the Kuelian and destroyed the demonic ships, killing many of them. However, the demon king Ayu escaped, and according to statistics, tens of thousands of Russian soldiers and civilians still died in the war. Not only that, but a huge black pyramid suddenly appeared among the pyramids of Egypt. It was 10 times larger than the original Great Pyramid of Giza, and the aura of death was surging and rolling. Countless mummies tore off their shrouds, dripping with corpse oil. They flew into the sky and burrowed into the ground, marching toward Cairo. These mummies were like dried corpses at first, only skin and bones. But once the battle started, they could immediately devour blood energy, and their bodies swelled up. We are the slaves of the Annihilator in the ancient times. After sleeping for 10,000 years, we finally waited until the immortal trap formation was broken. We can finally wake up. Thank you, Cultivate. He will become my most loyal slave. A high priest who claimed to be an ancient Egyptian god flew out on a stone coffin. Some of them had dog heads and human bodies, while others had eagle heads and human bodies. With a wave of his hand, tens of thousands of people died. Wherever he passed, white bones were left. At the same time, in Japan, a giant snake with 8 heads and 8 tails rushed out from the mountains. Its head was as big as a mountain, and its body was 1,000 feet long. It destroyed a city and ate thousands of Japanese self-defense forces members, forcing the Japanese prime minister to bow down and worship it. They didn't buy the Coelian system, nor did they join the Global Defense Alliance. They secretly asked Wuxia and the United States to release the Coelian. In the end, the Coelian was released, and the Yamada no Orochi's intestines were smashed, and it jumped into the sea. But many people guessed that it didn't die and would come back again. In addition, evil spirits appeared in the Golden Temple in South America, the rainforests in Africa, and Southeast Asia. They wantonly slaughtered people and declared their resistance to the Myth Alliance. For a moment, the world was in chaos. Billions of people trembled and felt uneasy. The secret lands took the initiative to attack. The gods of humans and alien races fought to come out and resist the Myth Alliance. Even nuclear weapons can't kill them. Is humanity really going to face a catastrophe? The immortal trap has just been torn apart. Many gods and demons of alien races have come out. Are they attracted by Kong Techu? Where did Kong Techu go? Why hasn't he come out? Is he injured? Or he can't fight anymore? Someone asked on the internet in despair and pessimism. It immediately caused a lot of discussion. Yes, since Jiang Tian came down from the sky of Mount Amei, he suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight and never appeared again. At this time, the United Nations and the Earth Defense Alliance had released a lot of top-secret information. It turned out that these hidden forces had existed since ancient times. They were extremely powerful and could fly faster than the speed of sound. They were as strong as mountains and could easily tear apart tanks. In ancient times, people used to live under their huge shadows like insects and became their food and sacrifice. They gradually went into hibernation until planet destruction and the immortal trap enveloped the world and Earth's spirit chi declined. In human history, there were many so-called military exercises and nuclear tests in modern times. Many of them were to kill them, but some of them could withstand nuclear weapons and could not be killed. But the existence of nuclear weapons at least gave humans a bargaining chip. With the power to deter them, the two sides gradually reached a certain balance. But now that the immortal trap had been torn apart, the fastest to gain power was not the humans on Earth, but the gods of the secret lands and alien races. And once they woke up, the current balance would be brazenly broken. Humans on Earth would fall into a lot of danger and even desperation. Therefore, the most important thing for Jiang Tian to do before reviving the Earth was to deter these alien races and beat them until they completely surrendered. But unfortunately, Jiang Tian's suggestion was rejected by many heads of state led by Putin. When the news came out, the world was shocked. It turns out that those terrible alien races in the legends are all true. Why did Putin reject the suggestions of the Myth Alliance and Kong Techu? Stupid. These terrible monsters are not even afraid of nuclear weapons. If we don't kill them, we're doomed. Only Kong Techu can suppress them. Billions of people around the world were trembling and looking anxiously at Jiang Tian's back, hoping that Jiang Tian could come out of the mountain to suppress the many overlords. But they didn't know. At this time, the Russian emperor, the president of Egypt, The Prime Minister of Japan and the others had already arrived at the Mount Ame dojo in Wuxia. They knelt in front of Jiang Tian's living room and begged with tears in their eyes, "Savior, please save our country and our people." When the Earth Defense Alliance was established, why didn't you open the relevant information about Tunguska? During the Myth Alliance preparatory meeting, why did you refuse to let the Tianqing School and the Global Defense Alliance enter Tunguska? When the demons of the Tunguska Demon Lake appeared, why didn't you release the Kuelian immediately? A cold question came from the depths of the living room. The Russian emperor lowered his head in shame and was silent for a long time, unable to say a word. You don't want to say? You don't want to admit your mistakes? What does your Russian business have to do with me? Get out. Jiang Tian laughed. Chapter 1266. After the establishment of the Earth Defense Coalition Army, the Coalition Army had requested to make the information about the Tunguska Demon Lake public, but it was rejected by Russia. At the preparatory meeting of the Myth Alliance, Jiang Tian once again asked the students of Tianqing School to enter the Tunguska Demon Lake, but it was once again rejected by Russia for interfering with their sovereignty. Just like India, Putin and the other heads of state were arrogant and did not know the horror of the many secret realms. Before this, Jiang Tian had repeatedly reminded them, but not only were they not vigilant against the many secret realms, but they also thought that they could rely on and cooperate with them. They treated Jiang Tian and the Myth Alliance as outsiders. They were afraid that if they joined the Myth Alliance, they would lose their power. They were very unhappy with Jiang Tian's many proposals and requests. At this time, after causing a large number of casualties, they shamelessly came to Jiang Tian to suppress them. How could Jiang Tian not be angry? Putin trembled all over, gritted his teeth, and said bitterly, "In fact, every czar and president knows about the existence of the devil race. They are the descendants of the extraterrestrial experts who invaded Earth in ancient times. They are very powerful and have committed heinous crimes. But we think that tens of thousands of years have passed, and both sides should have put aside their hatred. They should be a part of Earth. I want to unite with them and let them become part of the Myth Alliance and the Earth Defense Coalition Army, so, bullshit." Jiang Tian slapped the armrest of the chair and scolded harshly. "You want to join forces with them and use them as a bargaining chip for your Russia's Earth Defense Coalition Army to fight for the right to speak in the Mythical Alliance. You even fantasize about setting up Russia's own Mythical Alliance to stand on its own and fight against me, Jiang Taichu. After they sent out their troops, you still had fantasies and only released nuclear weapons. You didn't dare or were unwilling to release the Kuelian." Jiang Tian's face was full of mockery as he said coldly, "But you didn't expect that. But you didn't expect that they didn't care about joining forces with you at all. In their eyes, you are just an ant. I know I was wrong. I can take the blame and resign, but the Russian people are innocent." Under Jiang Tian's power, Putin couldn't bear it. He trembled with fear and begged with tears in his eyes, hoping that Jiang Tian would take action to save the Russian people. "Have you forgotten our agreement?" Jiang Tian's eyes were cold as he shouted angrily. "Before I broke the immortal trap spell, everyone had already reached an agreement that the authority of the Earth Defense Coalition forces and the Myth Alliance was above everything else. The interests of the entire human race came before everything else. All countries and organizations must abandon all unrealistic fantasies. You promised very well, but did you do it?" Jiang Tian shook his head in disappointment. "You didn't. During the preparatory meeting of the Mythological Alliance, you said with certainty that you have the ability to deal with the secret realms of your own country. You refused to cooperate with us to take down the Tunguska Magic Lake, but now? I was wrong. It was for my own selfish interests that I forgot our oath. I am the one who betrayed the interests of the entire human race." Putin was speechless. His face was full of shame as he prostrated himself on the ground and wailed. The other two heads of state were also regretful. In fact, Russia wasn't the only one with selfish motives. Many heads of state were secretly opposed to the Mythological Alliance. Egypt and Japan had refused to purchase Kuelian, and the Egyptian government was even secretly in contact with the Black Pyramid's secret realm. The reason was self-evident. Since the middle of the last century, the United States and the superbrain had worked closely together, allowing the United States technology to surpass many of the world's major countries. In recent years, Jiang Tian and the rise of Tianqing School had made Wuxia and Xianxia's international status rise. They had gained a lot of power in the Earth Defense Coalition forces and the Mythological Alliance. On the one hand, many heads of state were unwilling to completely obey Jiang Tian and the Mythological Alliance. On the other hand, they took it for granted that as long as they cooperated with the hidden secret realms and alien gods, they could replicate this success. They could even compete with Xianxia and Wuxia, as well as Jiang Tian and the Mythological Alliance. But they didn't know that not all powerhouses were as harmless as the superbrain and Jiang Tian, who fought for mankind. If many countries had used Cultivation or joined forces with the powerhouses of Tianqing School in the beginning, these unnecessary sacrifices might not have happened at all. It was precisely because they had all kinds of unrealistic fantasies that they didn't take the most decisive and harsh blows against the alien powerhouses. This caused the countries to fall into a passive position and caused a large number of casualties. Now, various alien gods had infiltrated the mortal world. It was difficult to use nuclear weapons and Cultivation to carry out large-scale killings. Putin and several other heads of state kowtowed together. Putin's head was even bleeding. He looked pitiful. "Okay, I can do it." Seeing this, Jiang Tian was silent for a moment and sighed helplessly. "I, Kong Teichu, can forgive you, but will the Russian soldiers and people who died in vain forgive you? I know what to do, as long as you are willing to do it." A trace of struggle flashed across Putin's face. In the end, it all turned into endless determination and determination. He pulled out a pistol from the guard's hand and walked out of the door. A moment later, there was a gunshot and the sound of a corpse falling to the ground outside the door. Next to him, the Japanese Prime Minister and the Egyptian President were trembling in fear. They kept kowtowing, for fear that Jiang Tian would also force them to commit suicide. But in the end, forget it. It's good that you know you were wrong. If I don't kill them, I won't be able to restore spirit energy with ease. Jiang Tian ignored them. Instead, he sighed softly and walked out of the door. His eyes flashed with monstrous murderous intent. In fact, even if Putin was unwilling to disclose the information, the intelligence agencies of the Pentagon, the Earth Defense Coalition forces, and the Tianqing School had penetrated into the Russian military and gathered almost all the relevant information about the Tunguska Demon Lake. They were a demon race that invaded the Earth with the Annihilator in ancient times. Back then, they had fought bloody and cruel battles with Emperor Yu, Emperor Xing, and other ancient great sages. Even Emperor Yu might have fallen in their hands. Of course, this race also paid the price in blood, and there was not much left. As the Star Destroyer crazily devoured spirit energy and the Immortal Trap Array descended, this race gradually became dormant. But for various reasons, they once again rose from the ashes. Jiang Tian could ignore the powerhouses of other countries' grotto heavens and gods of other races, but Jiang Tian could not sit idly by and do nothing about the demons of the Tunguska Demon Lake. The Tunguska Demon Lake was located on the south side of the Siberian Plateau, near Chita City. It was at the extreme northeast of Wuxia, and its threat to Wuxia was self-evident. For Wuxia's safety, Jiang Tian had no choice but to take action to suppress it. After Jiang Tian went out, he made some arrangements. Then he turned into a golden rainbow that pierced through heaven and earth, shooting toward the north. Within a few hours of the Tunguska Demon Lake eruption, more powerhouses of secret realms and other races took action, declaring war on Jiang Tian and the Myth Alliance, and clashing with the Global Defense Coalition Army. Near the Marshall Islands in the Pacific Ocean, a sea demon with a human body and a shark head retreated calmly after overturning an aircraft carrier of the Earth Defense Coalition Army. When the news spread, the world was in an uproar. In India, a god of other races with an elephant head and a human body appeared on the streets of Cairo. He called himself the Divine Elephant and wanted the head of state of India to submit to him. He fought the army head-on and was not afraid of the volleys of missiles. He destroyed the number 1 temple of Buddhism, Avalokitesvara Temple, and killed many eminent monks. When old Rulai Lotus rushed over, he had already disappeared without a trace, causing Lotus to fly into a rage. Such evil acts continued to erupt on a global scale. The enemies were like a storm, and humans were retreating in defeat. The entire world was in chaos. We should have listened to the Taichu Alliance leader and not acted on our own. These divine spirit realm powerhouses of other races are indeed not on the same side as us. Sigh, we were too arrogant. The Taichu Alliance leader is the wise one. In the eyes of the gods of other races and the sleeping beings of the secret realms, we are really like ants. We have no right to negotiate, and we don't even have the right to be used. In the face of the crisis of annihilation, the heads of state of various countries were frightened and regretful. They scrambled to apologize to Wuxia, Sidoni, and the Myth Alliance and asked for help, hoping that Jiang Tian would let bygones be bygones and come out to suppress them. It's obvious that the best opportunity to eliminate the gods of other races and the sleeping powerhouses of the secret realms was during a preparatory meeting of the Global Myth Alliance. But unfortunately, the heads of state of various countries missed the opportunity. The female reporter from the BBC who had reported on the ghost emperor of Mount Mang sighed helplessly in front of the camera. According to statistics, in just a few days, the human army has suffered 130,000 casualties and 250,000 civilian casualties. This is the most painful loss and the biggest disaster for mankind after the Second World War. Why didn't Kong Taichu come out? Only he can suppress them now. Billions of people around the world trembled and couldn't eat or sleep in peace. They hoped that Jiang Tian would turn the tide again and save mankind. If he hadn't torn the immortal trap array, these gods of other races and the monsters of the secret realms wouldn't have come out. What is he doing? Why hasn't he suppressed them yet? He tore the immortal trap array, awakened the sleeping powerhouses, and caused chaos in the world. Of course he has to calm them down. If he can't do it, he will be a sinner. What bullshit savior? Just like what the famous sects of the Preaching Dynasty said, he is the Terminator, the Jinx of Earth. Many people lost their patience and didn't insult the gods of other races. Instead, they despised Kong Taichu loudly and were filled with righteous indignation. Under extreme fear and the threat of death, the cowardice, selfishness, ugliness, and despicableness of human nature were magnified thousands of times and exposed. Indeed, after the immortal trap array was torn, the gods and demons of other races around the world rioted at the same time and defeated the conventional human army. But mankind has no right to blame Kong Taichu. A commentator from Agence France-Presse roared with tears in his eyes, his face full of grief and indignation on TV. Back then, Kong Taichu wanted to tear the immortal trap array and restore the spirit chi. You were bewitched by the famous sects of the Preaching Dynasty and slandered him. You couldn't wait for him to die. In fact, the crisis of the apocalypse had always been there. The ruins of deity and the dimensional world were close at hand. He was the one who saved Earth alone. During the preparatory meeting for the Global Mythological Alliance, Jiang Taichu once suggested that we should be vigilant against or attack the gods of other races. We should form a global mythological alliance and establish a godly soul contract with them. However, the leaders of the various countries strongly objected to Jiang Taichu's actions against the gods of other races. They went back on their word and tore up the previous agreements. But how did we do it? Many people chose to remain silent or simply supported the leaders of their countries and the so-called gods of their countries. They opposed Kong Taichu's global attack on the gods of other races and Arcana Land and the Global Mythology Alliance. Because you think that he is your god, your protector. But now, they are the same as Kong Taichu expected. They are just thugs and demons. Chapter 1267. Kong Taichu is the master of the other three worlds. Each of those worlds is more beautiful than Earth and more suitable for cultivation. He even has the chance to step on the ancient path of the stars and go deep into the universe. Does he need to fight and take risks for mankind? He doesn't need to, but he still carried thousands of curses and took great risks to do it, and he did it. Kong Taichu has done too much for mankind on Earth and shouldered too much. But mankind has never thanked Kong Techu, never completely trusted Kong Techu, and never fully supported Kong Techu. We are always thinking about our own interests and making our own calculations. We have never treated mankind on Earth as a community with a shared future. Now, what right do mankind have to blame Kong Techu? What right do we have to ask Kong Techu to sell it for us? The words of this commentator were widely spread on social media, and the number of reposts reached hundreds of millions. If I were Kong Techu, I'm afraid I'd be completely disappointed in mankind too. If I were him, I'd probably choose to stand by and do nothing. Many people fell silent and despaired after reading this. Mom, will Earth really be taken over by those monsters? Will they really enter our villa? In the living room of the Hilton Manor, little Paris trembled in her mother's arms and said in fear, "Let Russia be finished, let Egypt be destroyed, let Japan sink. Let this cowardly and despicable world disappear completely. It's so disappointing." Paris drank large mouthfuls of red wine and looked at the TV screen with tears in her eyes as she said angrily. But just when mankind all over the world was in despair and fear, General Keynes, an important member of the Global Defense Coalition forces, solemnly announced at the United Nations building, Kong Techu will sweep across the major secret lands in the world and suppress the gods of the alien races one by one. On behalf of the Myth Alliance and the Earth Defense Coalition forces, I urge the relevant forces to join the Myth Alliance as soon as possible and sign the alliance contract to avoid unnecessary sacrifices. Kong Techu is going to take action. How is that possible? Countless people exclaimed in disbelief. On the other hand, Wuxia's military broadcast a short 3-minute video on the Look at Me live broadcast. Then, all the major media outlets around the world scrambled to report on it. The satellite captured a golden rainbow that pierced through the sky from Mount Amay in the southwestern hinterland of Wuxia Strait to the north like a peerless heavenly sword across the earth. Destination: Russia, Siberian Plateau, south of Chita City, Tunguska Devil Lake. Kong Techu didn't give up on us after all. We're saved. The human race on Earth is saved. Savior. He is the real savior. Many people were crying tears of joy as they hugged each other and cried loudly. Countless people spontaneously walked to the streets, holding up Jiang Tian's portrait and shouting the names of the savior and Jiang Tian. Or, they gathered in front of Jiang Tian's huge statue, prostrating themselves in worship and praying piously as if they were seeing a god. Sigh, sometimes I feel that he is so ruthless, so sinister and cunning, but most of the time he is so silly and innocent, just like a child. Paris shook her head and smiled bitterly, with tears in her smile. In Tianqing School, Sasaki Haisha and many other disciples also surrounded Wolf King and asked curiously, "Wolf King, this Tunguska Devil Lake is very mysterious. Even Master told us not to set foot in it easily. What is its origin? You served in the Russian Winter Soldier organization back then, so you should know." The Devil Lake was just a folk saying that was created in the Tunguska explosion in 1908. At that time, the explosion was like thunder. A beam of light pierced through the sky and a huge mushroom cloud rose. The powerful shock wave and light radiation turned the 2,000 square kilometers of virgin forest around the Tunguska Devil Lake into powder and the earth into scorched earth. For several days after the explosion, the sky over a radius of 9,000 miles was shrouded in orange smoke, and a continuous white night appeared in large areas. After the research and computer simulation by the Russian scientific research team, the power of the explosion was equivalent to the explosion of 100 nuclear weapons, but nuclear weapons had not been born at that time. Therefore, this Devil Lake was known as one of the unsolved mysteries of Earth. Many researchers and mystery enthusiasts collected information and research, and put forward various hypotheses, such as a planetary impact, the fall of an alien spaceship, a small black hole. There were all kinds of theories, but there was no conclusion, and there was endless debate. Even if I was the founder of the Winter Soldier organization and had a very good relationship with Great Emperor Pujin, I was not qualified to know the origin of this Tunguska Devil Lake. A self-deprecating look appeared on Alexander's face. In the end, It was the Alliance Master who found a lot of information in Pujin's mind and analyzed it by combining the information obtained before. Don't keep us in suspense, you're making us anxious. Sasaki Haisha frowned and urged. We combined all kinds of information and speculated that the Tunguska Devil Lake was caused by the Immortal trap formation and planet destruction in the depths of Earth competing for spiritual energy, which caused some of the formation materials of the Immortal trap formation to fall. Alexander's face was slightly solemn, and his words were shocking. I see. Everyone was shocked. Sasaki Haisha asked, what are the origins of those creatures? The creatures among them are the descendants of the extraterrestrial demons who invaded Earth with the Annihilator in the ancient Earth era. Alessandra sighed and said, they were gradually killed by the ancient overlords, and the remaining descendants became fewer and fewer. Coupled with the suppression of the Immortal trap formation and the continuous devouring of spiritual energy by planet destruction, Earth became more and more unsuitable for them to live in. They could only hide from the world for large-scale activities. It wasn't until 1908, when a small-scale outbreak of planet destruction caused part of the Immortal trap formation to fall and the Tunguska Devil Lake was formed, that they settled in. They absorbed the spiritual energy overflowing from the Devil Lake to strengthen themselves. After more than 200 years, their power has become very terrifying. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. It turned out that the Tunguska Devil Lake was connected to planet destruction in the depths of the Earth. It was a unique advantage, and it was left behind by the ancient demons. There was no doubt that this force was the most terrifying. Let's go to the Tunguska Devil Lake with Master. Maybe all the gods of the alien races in the world will go. Sasaki Haisha held her sword and shouted. Her face was cold and her beautiful eyes were murderous. No! Alexander hurriedly stopped her. Master has his reasons for letting us guard the Tianqing school. How can the sect master be at ease when the rear is unstable? A trace of pride appeared on his face as he said proudly, besides, even the ancient gods of Wuxia were subdued by the sect master, let alone these half-human, half-demon monsters. Isn't it giving them too much face by saying that they are gods? Ahem, Alexander, you seem to be a demon yourself. Next to him, Sasaki Haisha whispered. I am of the same mind as humans. Alexander looked embarrassed and then said seriously, there is blood in my veins. There's also some human blood flowing in his veins. He must be a human. Otherwise, why would I be called a werewolf? Jiang Tian's speed today was beyond the scope of human imagination. He could fly 10,000 miles in an hour. A few hours later, when night fell, he arrived near the Tunguska Devil Lake and could already see it in the distance. Around the Tunguska Devil Lake, there were green cypresses and strong old pines. The trees were abnormally tall. At this time, the essence chi of heaven and earth gushed out around the Devil Lake. From time to time, there would be giant bears roaring and elks running around. It didn't look like a devil lake, but more like a holy land for cultivation. At this time, there were hundreds of thousands of troops stationed 50 kilometers away. Helicopters hovered and landed, and fighter jets flew across the sky with long tails. Many missiles flickered in the night light. Even dozens of Kuelian bases around the world were activated and aimed at the Devil Lake. At the same time, the military satellites and dozens of fighter jets stopped in the sky. The cameras were turned on, broadcasting today's battle to the world to raise the confidence of mankind and firmly restore the spirit chi. In addition, countless martial artists and cultivators from the east and west came to this place. They wanted to witness the grand scene of Jiang Tian sweeping the Devil Lake and suppressing the demons. This was the first time in history that mankind had declared war on many secret realms, forbidden lands, and alien gods. It was too exciting. Ms. Hera, you are here too? I didn't expect that this matter would even alarm you. 10 kilometers west of the Devil Lake, many overlords from the dark world gathered. A handsome young man with a head full of white hair suddenly raised his head and looked at a graceful woman who floated down from the high school, and said in pleasant surprise. He was the current top demon hunter on Earth, Pulsatilla Wang, who had replaced Van Helsing and reached the immortal state. The Temple of Gods has been integrated into the Earth Defense Coalition Army. I am also a member of the Myth Alliance, so of course I can't ignore it. Hera floated down, a gentle smile appearing on her pretty face as she spoke softly. The Temple of Gods used to be an organization of overlords that worked closely with the British military. When Sidoni was fighting for the Blood Orchid, Jiang Tian swept the Temple of Gods and even killed Zeus. There was a bit of tension between the two sides. But now, under the crisis of the end of the world, these small conflicts had been put aside. Many overlords around the world were proud to join the Earth Defense Coalition Army. Even entire sects, families, and organizations had joined the Myth Alliance. Among them, there were even old monsters who had lived in seclusion for hundreds of years. Like the famous Preaching sects and the Tunguska Devil Lake, there were only a few who dared to fight with Jiang Tian. And this battle was related to whether the global Myth Alliance could be promoted and established, whether it could stand firm, and whether mankind could recover spirit chi and enter a new era. Naturally, no one could ignore it. Glory for all eternity. A Wuxia martial artist with a long sword on his back exclaimed. If Kong Teichu can successfully recover spirit chi, mankind will start a new era. His achievements will be recorded in history. However, I just saw the information that was just released. The Tunguska Devil is extremely powerful. I heard that he survived several nuclear explosions. Pulsatilla Wang said worriedly, Senior Hera, do you think Kong Teichu can create a miracle? Miracle? There are no miracles with him. Everything is normal. A deep reverence appeared on Hera's face. Then her expression became serious and she frowned. It's just that the reaction of the overlords of the Tunguska Devil Lake is too bizarre. Kong Teichu has declared war on them and announced it to the world. They are surrounded by an army, but they haven't done anything. Chapter 1268. As soon as these words came out, a trace of vigilance appeared on everyone's faces, and their eyes were filled with confusion. That's right, the Tunguska Demon Lake was abnormally calm. After the Kuelian launched the attack, the Fiend army had already retreated from many cities and retreated into the lake. Then, the Russian army surrounded the lake and bombarded it several times, but the Tunguska Demon Lake didn't move at all. Could there be some kind of conspiracy behind this? Boom! Suddenly, a huge pillar of water shot out from the lake like a peerless heavenly sword being unsheathed. It was about to pierce the sky. An invisible force like a nuclear explosion turned into billowing airwaves, crushing the surrounding trees and causing the earth to tremble. A supreme demon stood proudly in the sky. He was 10 meters tall and was as majestic as a mountain. He had 6 arms, and his entire body was covered in black scales that seemed as if they were carved from black precious gold. His hair was draped over his shoulders, and he only had one eye. His aura was extremely frightening. Anyone who trespasses in the Tunguska Demon Lake will be killed without mercy. When these words were spoken, they were like thunderclaps, causing the trees within a radius of 100 miles to shake violently. Many soldiers, even with special earplugs, couldn't withstand it and fell to the ground with blood spurting out of their mouths. The strength of a sky immortal. Is he King Tunguska? Seeing this scene, Pulsatilla was shocked. No. This is the gatekeeper of King Tunguska, codenamed Caesar. According to the current public information, he has the strength of a sky immortal. A few years ago, he attacked the Winter Palace alone and forced the former emperor of Russia to bow his head. He didn't dare to release nuclear weapons to suppress the lake anymore and listed this place as a military-restricted area. No one dares to disturb it. Hera frowned and said. As soon as Caesar appeared, suddenly, many overlords around them felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Their energy was suppressed and they couldn't even move their little fingers. This scene was also captured by the military's satellites and surveillance planes. Billions of people around the world saw it clearly through the video. Is this the strength of a sky immortal? I heard that there are only a few sky immortals in Tianqing school now. But the gatekeeper of the Tunguska Demon Lake already has such strength. Not to mention, there are the merfolk, the Atlantean civilization, the ancient Egyptian gods in the Black Pyramid, and the Sky Garden. In front of the screen, countless people were worried. Don't worry. As long as Kong Techu comes, these devils will definitely be finished in minutes. Someone encouraged everyone. Caesar, Kong Techu is reviving the spiritual energy of all the creatures in the world, and you will also benefit from it. It is only right that you sign a soul contract with him. You are a race from the universe. How can we not worry about you living on Earth? Hera stepped forward and spoke to Caesar in a sweet voice. Her cultivation had already surpassed the immortal state and reached the Earth immortal realm. However, there was still a huge gap between them. However, since she was a member of the Myth Alliance, how could she show weakness? How could he embarrass Kong Techu? Scram. Caesar didn't waste any time talking nonsense. He raised his hand and pushed out a palm. Immediately, black demonic chi surged out like raging waves. It crossed thousands of meters and pushed toward Hera and the others. Let's attack together. More than a dozen overlords above the immortal state jumped up and used their secret arts and dharma artifacts. In a blink of an eye, the light flames formed into shields and shields, trying to resist Caesar's attack. However, it was useless. A dozen immortal state overlords were knocked out with blood spurting out of their mouths. The pulsatilla Wang, who bore the brunt of the attack, exploded and turned into a rain of flesh. With one attack, 10 immortal state overlords had been defeated and one of them had died. Suddenly, there was a dead silence in the sky and on the ground. Everyone clenched their fists and gritted their teeth as they stared at Caesar, but no one dared to step forward. A sky immortal overlord could completely crush them. No matter how many people they had, they would still die. The people in front of the screen hated Caesar to the core. After all, the conflict between Jiang Tian and the famous preaching sects was an internal conflict. But now, it was another race. In the ancient times, the ancient demons had beaten your ancestors into submission. Today, it is still the same. In my eyes, you are just ants. Caesar looked down at the crowd and said with a hideous smile, "My words are like gold. Do you dare to disobey me? Is the human race as weak as you say? Kong Techu once dominated the 3 realms. Just 3 days ago, he forced the famous preaching sects in Wuxia to submit to him. Today, he will destroy the demon lake and tear you to pieces." Hera's chest was stained with blood and said with hatred, "He's far too weak. What he destroyed was only the mark of the ancient emperor, not his real body." Caesar sneered and said, "But our ancestors once killed Emperor Yu. We have the blood of the ancient demons in our veins. How can we be afraid of Kong Techu? If he comes, I will blow his eyes out. Is that so?" Suddenly, a cold snort came from the sky. Caesar's expression changed drastically. He raised his head and saw a golden beam of light that pierced through the heavens and the earth, shooting toward him. "It is Kong Techu." Caesar was terrified. Others might not be able to see it clearly, but he could. The golden light was formed by countless golden flying swords. Each of them was sharp enough to penetrate a battleship or an aircraft carrier. There were 1,000 of them and they were extremely fast. Without saying a word, his figure flashed and demonic aura swept out. He retreated in the direction of the demonic lake, breaking the sound barrier in an instant. However, he was only a meter away when he was stopped by a powerful Dharma power. It was as if the world had stopped. "How can this be?" Caesar screamed. His eyes were filled with despair and fear. His face turned as pale as a sheet of paper. He had heard of Kong Techu's power and that he could kill a golden core cultivator with a flick of his finger. However, he was a foundation establishment overlord. Even if he was not as powerful as Jiang Tian, he should still have a chance to escape. However, reality was cruel. In the blink of an eye, the flying swords fell like a golden waterfall and drowned Caesar in the blink of an eye. Under the golden sword light waterfall, whether it was his ancient armor that was engraved with ancient magic patterns, his physical body that was impervious to the barrage of missiles, or even his protective shield and waist token, all of them were instantly torn into pieces like paper. In the next moment, they exploded in the air, turning into wisps that drifted in the air. After killing the gatekeeper, Caesar, the swords did not stop at all. Instead, they plunged into the demon lake like the Milky Way. These golden treasured swords were like a school of swimming fishes as they flew in all directions towards the depths of the lake. Stab, flick, cloud, chop, hack, point, collapse, hang, lift, wipe, sweep, hold, intercept, flower, circle, swim, drill. The sharp golden flying swords slashed at the many demons hiding in the depths of the water. Of course, no one could see that. They could only see the surface of the lake suddenly churning like boiling water. They could only see clouds of black demon blood spreading in the lake like black dahlias. They couldn't even hear the slightest sound. 10 minutes later, screams and angry roars came from the depths of the lake. It was as shocking as rolling thunder. Then, huge demon corpses floated to the surface of the lake. They were densely packed and covered the surface of the lake. There were thousands or even tens of thousands of them. The scene was extremely shocking and terrifying. According to the previous information, Jiang Tian's sword had killed more than half of the overlords in the Tunguska Demon Lake. Everyone, I'm Carries from the BBC. I'm now reporting live from the Tunguska Demon Lake. Kong Teichu has arrived at the battlefield. In the crowd, the female reporter who had reported on the venerable Hong Yi and the Ghost King of Mount Mang was the first to see Jiang Tian. She couldn't help but shout excitedly, "Kong Teichu is here!" Kong Teichu. The cameras of CNN, Reuters, and other major media around the world were all focused on the figure in the void. He was dressed in white and stood with his hands behind his back. At this moment, everyone felt proud and elated. Especially the martial artists of the East, they were even more excited. They felt that everything was in the bag now that Jiang Tian was here. The Tunguska Demon Lake would definitely be defeated. Kong Teichu. Kill them. Savior. The heavy responsibility of saving the world depends on you. Beat them until they're looking for their teeth on the ground. At that moment, billions of people around the world were shouting in front of the camera and waving their fists excitedly. In history, the demon overlords of the Tunguska Demon Lake had wreaked havoc on Earth several times and had devoured tens of thousands of lives. However, these incidents were treated as top secret by the military of various countries and had never been announced to the world. Recently, they resisted the Myth Alliance and the Global Defense Alliance and killed tens of thousands of Russian civilians. They had committed countless heinous crimes. Now, the time had finally come. The crust here moves frequently and is very weak. Star Destroyer once unleashed his energy to compete with the deity Trap Array for spirit chi. At that moment, Jiang Tian stepped on the air and arrived above the Tunguska Demon Lake. He scanned it with his divine sense. He immediately felt that the spirit chi there was more than 10 times more abundant than elsewhere. He couldn't help but be moved. Tunguska Demon, Kong Teichu is here to visit. Come out. Jiang Tian did not waste any time. He let out a low roar that sounded like rolling thunder. It turned into a sound wave that seemed to have materialized and blasted the turbid waves on the surface of the Tunguska Demon Lake into the sky. The lake shook violently and even shattered many corpses. Chapter 1269. However, there was no response from the lake. Everyone looked at each other suspiciously and said, "Why hasn't King Tungus come out after killing so many fiends?" But at this moment, there was a loud bang. In the south, a huge black pyramid tore through space and appeared out of thin air. Like a flying saucer, the pyramid shot out streams of black light and surged with billowing devil chi and death chi as it spun towards Nyatian. Coffins floated in the air in the middle of the boiling fiend chi and death chi. There were mummies sitting on the coffins. They were half human, half corpse, half ghost, and half demon. Their eyes shot out red light that was several meters long, and their white fangs were covered in corpse oil. They danced up and down as they chanted a loud but obscure incantation. Rumble. Many missiles were fired at the same time, trying to kill them. But it was useless. The pyramid and the many coffins surged with crystal-like black light to form a protective shield, blocking the cannon fire. They were safe and sound, and not even a mark was left. The Black Pyramid. It suddenly appeared in the desert a few days ago and even nuclear weapons couldn't destroy it. It destroyed tens of thousands of Egyptian troops and hundreds of thousands of European Union reinforcements in seconds. Hera said seriously in the crowd. At the top of the pyramid stood a stooped old man with a withered face. He wore hemp clothes and a golden crown on his head. Lu Shang, the ghost king of Mount Mang, also said, "We can't afford to offend the Western zombies. They're at least as strong as the flying yikshaws. There are also a lot of sky corpses. This pharaoh is even more terrifying. His name is Seth I. He was able to communicate with the ancient fiend gods and was known as the Pharaoh of Pharaohs." According to Jiang Tian's arrangement, many overlords of the Myth Alliance had arrived at the Tungus Demon Lake before him, but they didn't make a move. Beside him, the female ghost Nya Xiaoqian looked up at Jiang Tian in admiration and said, "So what? He'll die if he meets our sect master Tai Chu." Boom! A loud sound rang out. The pyramid landed 10 miles away from the Tunguska Magic Lake, smashing hundreds of tanks into scrap metal. The face of the commander-in-chief of the Russian military stiffened. He was furious and wanted to give the order to continue firing. However, Jiang Tian waved his hand and said indifferently, "This is a battle between me and the other races. Since I'm stopping this, your Russian military shouldn't do anything. Don't worry. If you don't attack, they won't dare to attack." Lord Taichu, how could the commander-in-chief of the Russian military dare to disobey Jiang Tian's orders? He hurriedly bowed and agreed respectfully. "Your Excellency, Absolute Beginning is indeed a man of great taste. Fellow allies, give the Taichu Pavilion some face and don't attack this mortal ant." Pharaoh Sidi, who was at the top of the pyramid, had a faint smile on his face as he looked down at the Russian army as if he was looking at ants. He was actually speaking in fluent Wuxia language. However, it was not strange when he thought about it. These old monsters had lived for thousands of years, so what could they not learn? Another ally? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Sure enough, then, a roar came from the east. It was a giant snake with 8 heads and 8 tails. Its head was as big as a hill, and its mouth was as big as a blood basin. Its eyes were as red as lanterns, and each of its giant tails was 100 feet long. Its scales seemed to be made of precious gold. It was like a giant octopus, using its giant tail as its legs to move quickly over the mountains. In front and behind him, there were many strange-looking pythons and venomous snakes. Some of them had 2 heads, some had 4 heads, and some had 5. They were his children. 100,000 or even 100,000 poisonous snakes spat out multicolored mists. They were densely packed and surged over like a tide. The mist was obviously poisonous. Wherever it spread, the trees would crumble like ashes, and the rocks would be corroded into liquid or powder. "Yamada no Orochi is still alive." Hera frowned and said, "Yamada no Orochi was also a being that could withstand nuclear weapons and even survived a Kuelian attack. Therefore, it had the power of a peak-stage golden core cultivator or even a nascent soul cultivator. This snake has a powerful background. It is said to be a descendant of Xiang Lu. He once sent his children to Mount Qingcheng to threaten the willow deity to submit to him. Bai Sujuan, the willow deity of Mount Qingcheng, grunted in the crowd, but there was a hint of fear in her eyes. Even though she didn't submit to Yamada no Orochi, she had suffered a great deal. He is a descendant of Xiang Lu. Everyone's face darkened when they heard that. Some of them even exclaimed. Xiang Lu was recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas. He was born in the mythological era and was the leader of many snake demons. He had 9 heads and had eaten countless people. Wherever he went, his venom would spread and not even a blade of grass would grow. He was as famous as Wu Zhiqi. In the end, it was Emperor Yu who suppressed him. However, when Xiang Lu's blood touched the ground, it would destroy everything within a few hundred miles. In the end, Yu the Great buried it with a large amount of living soil to stop the contamination. No one had expected that Xiang Lu's descendants would still exist even though he was dead. His lifespan was immeasurable. However, that was only the beginning. In the southwest, a young man in a white robe appeared. His wavy blonde hair fluttered in the wind. He was handsome and his breath was ethereal. Holy light filled the air. He held a scepter in his hand and walked in the air like a real god. Son of the Assyrian king, Assyrian Jr., greets your excellency Tai Chu. He was polite and bowed to Jiang Tian. However, there was a hint of undetectable killing intent in his deep eyes. Assyrian Jr. is very powerful. He once sent Saint Adam flying with one move. In the crowd, Messiah looked solemn and cold sweat appeared on her forehead. She sent a message to Jiang Tian through divine consciousness. Although the ancient Babylonian civilization didn't form a dimensional world and didn't escape, it was still a civilization that could challenge the heavenly world. Although the Tower of Babel and the Hanging Garden were suppressed, their roots were still there. Assyrian Jr. had walked into the Holy See hundreds of years ago and challenged Saint Adam. He had completely crushed them. However, for some reason, the Tower of Babel and the Hanging Garden didn't take the opportunity to attack the heavenly world. After hundreds of years of cultivation, Assyrian Jr. had probably surpassed the Golden Core realm and reached the nascent soul realm or even higher. Behind them were thousands of strong cultivators from the Tower of Babel. Many of them were Golden Core realm cultivators. In the north, groups of strong cultivators from the Sea Demon clan appeared. Some of them were covered with fish scales and held weapons in their fin-like hands. Some had the body of a human but had tentacles. Some had the body of a human and the head of a shrimp. They were covered with shells that looked like medieval European armor. Some of them were probably sea turtles and hawksbill turtles. They had evolved to shed their shells and held them in their hands like shields. The leader was the king of the Bermuda Triangle, king of the sea, Arthur. The Sea Demon clan had appeared. Then, waves appeared out of thin air and hovered in the air, occupying a radius of 5 to 6 miles. Light bloomed, and a giant city made of gold floated in the water. Thousands of buildings and palaces were stacked on top of each other. Light filled the air and auspicious colors hovered. There were tens of thousands of handsome soldiers of the merfolk in luxurious armor. They rode on giant seahorses and looked serious. The leader was the famous king of Atlantis, the real lord of the sea. So many people. We've been ambushed. Then, someone realized what was going on. This is an earth-shattering trap. Hera's face was pale. She murmured, I'm afraid that all the overlords in the grotto heavens and secret lands around the world will gather here today to besiege the lord of the Taichu alliance. Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, rumble. The earth trembled violently like the skin of a drum, and the mountains shook. The forest was like soft grass, separated by huge figures that were dozens of meters tall. An elephant-headed giant walked out of the primitive forests of India, leading thousands of tribesmen. They trampled over mountains and rivers, stomped on the ground, and rushed over in a hurry. This caused the old demon emperor dragon of the Whitehead Mountain Dragon Pool to be terrified. Even the few eminent monks of the Buddhist sect turned pale with fright. They said that the elephant-headed man used to be an elephant that had become a god. He was several times older than the dragon of the Whitehead Mountain Dragon Lake and had once suppressed him. In a blink, the overlords of the grotto heavens and secret lands and the entities of the other races appeared. Each of them was accompanied by an army. There were at least 200,000 of them, including Sky Immortals, Mid-Stage and Late-Stage Foundation Establishment Overlords and Golden Core Overlords. There might even be Nascent Soul Overlords and Nascent Soul Overlords hiding in the dark. In the end, the entire sky was filled with experts from the mystic realm. They covered the sky and covered the sun, surrounding Jiang Tian in the center. This is bad. Nie Xiaoqian was scared out of her wits. She said, if the Lord of the Taichu Alliance attacks first, he might have an 80% chance of winning. But if he's surrounded by so many secret lands, his chances of winning are slim. Indeed, those entities and fiends of the other races aren't brainless. They've already arranged everything. Ghost King Mang Mountain also said in fear. They're much more powerful than the famous sects of the Qin dynasty. Ao Bing, the dragon of the Dragon Lake of Changbai Mountain, turned into a young man with horns and mumbled in the crowd. Bai Sujuan was confused. The overlords of the famous sects of the Qin dynasty are all descendants. They only have the inheritance from the ancient age, But they're not overlords of that age after all. The Dragon Lake Demon King wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said with a trembling voice, "Many of them might have survived from the ancient age. They're old fiends and monsters. However, they were suppressed by the deity trap array before and couldn't use their power. They didn't even dare to come out, so they could only hibernate with secret arts. Now that the deity trap array has been destroyed, they've unleashed all their power. Are those legendary nascent soul overlords and soul formation overlords going to appear?" When Bai Sujuan heard this, her heart thumped. Her beautiful face turned ghastly pale, and her expression became unprecedentedly solemn. Chapter 1270. Bai Sujuan was a golden core cultivator, but her cultivation had been stuck at the third level of the foundation establishment realm. However, after the great immortal trapping formation was broken, her battle prowess increased by more than 10 times, no, 100 times. It's impossible for a soul formation overlord to appear. There might have been in the ancient times, but they're probably dead now. But nascent soul overlords might still exist. Yellow deity Yellow Skin drank the wine he made himself. He was so drunk that his eyes were hazy. He tried to boost his courage, but he still kept letting out stinky farts like yellow smoke. Those secret land overlords and entities were all powerful. Many of them had reached the foundation establishment realm and even the golden core realm. They had the power to overturn a country's government, which was a headache for the leaders of the big countries. But at this moment, they didn't dare to be arrogant. Instead, they stood respectfully and bowed to the Tunguska Demon Lake. "We welcome the young Demon King of Tunguska, His Highness Ayu." Their voices were like a torrent, shocking everyone. Boom! The water's surface exploded. Billowing fiend chi pushed the lake water apart and formed a deep passage. Looking from the sky, the passage was a few hundred meters or even 1,000 meters deep. It seemed to go straight to the core of the earth, but the water around the passage couldn't flow in. In the passageway, black chi billowed and demonic chi billowed. Like demonic chi smoke, it rushed up to a height of several thousand meters, forming a huge demonic chi black pillar that pierced straight into the clouds. It seemed to be supporting the heavens and the earth, shaking the sun and the moon. A violent, terrifying and chilling energy spread out in 100 miles. Young Demon King Ayu's energy was so powerful that even immortal state overlords couldn't withstand it. Then, a giant ancient demon battleship whizzed out and an overlord of the fiend race walked out of the billowing fiend chi. He had a pair of 100-meter wings on his back that covered the sky. He held a steel fork in his hand and his evil eyes shone with a demonic light. The billowing fiend chi around him turned into a black cloak that was a few 100 meters long. Young Devil King Ayu stepped on the mountains and rivers as he walked over. Everywhere he passed, his devilish aura was like raging waves. The area within a radius of 100 miles was filled with killing intent as it swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The entire Siberian plateau seemed to be unable to withstand the terrifying pressure and was trembling crazily. The faces of the dozens of top overlords and entities around them changed drastically. Their bones cracked as if they were Sun Wukong who was suppressed by the Five-Finger Mountain. Their bodies couldn't help but fall a few dozen meters. As for the experts from the Myth Alliance, they were suppressed to the ground, unable to fly. Even though the Russian soldiers were dozens of miles away, many of them still vomited blood and died. They had no choice but to escape by car. Only when they were 100 miles away did they feel the terrifying suppression lessen a little. Countless deities and experts were all suppressed by this young demon king alone. Tunguska's young demon king, Ayu, had arrived. Among the crowd, only Jiang Tian's expression remained unchanged. His sleeves fluttered as he stood in the air, facing young demon king Ayu. "Ayu, how did you know I would come here?" Jiang Tian had already realized that he had fallen into a trap. He had been surrounded by all the alien race experts on Earth. However, he was still calm and unhurried. His smile was extremely calm. Looking around the world, there was no one who could be his opponent now. "It's very simple." Young Demon King Ayu sneered. His eyes flashed with murderous intent as he said in a deep voice, After you issued the final ultimatum, the Grotto Heaven's secret lands and entities around the world expressed their opposition, but only the Black Pyramid and the Tunguska Demon Lake took action. He was full of fiend chi and murderous intent, but he was elegant and had a sense of nobility. He said calmly, "You're arrogant and self-centered, so the first thing you want to suppress must be the Tunguska Demon Lake and the Black Pyramid. Am I right?" "That's right." Jiang Tian nodded. "Although you're ferocious, kill without restraint, and easily annihilate clans, nations, and armies, I've carefully studied your background, and I know that you, Jiang Taichu, are the #1 person in the world who loves your people and your family." Young Demon King smiled. "You value Huaxia more than Sidoni. Otherwise, you wouldn't have set up several spirit-making wells in Huaxia and only one in Sidoni. Compared to the Black Pyramid, the Tunguska Demon Lake is closer to Huaxia and more likely to pose a threat to Huaxia. So, the first thing you'll do will be the Tunguska Demon Lake." Young Demon King, you're really meticulous. Jiang Tian clapped his hands and praised. "Humans, you're always burdened by your country and people, tied down by love and hatred. You, Kong Teichu, are no exception." Young Demon King sneered. "Kong Teichu, if that's the case, you'll lead Huaxia and submit to me. I promise you a good position. You'll still be the Lord of Huaxia and the Lord of Earth. What do you think? You want me to submit to you?" Jiang Tian's voice was full of mockery. "You're just a nascent soul cultivator, but you don't know that in my eyes, nascent soul cultivators are just ants. How dare you? How dare you disrespect the young Demon King?" Many entities around shouted, "You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Don't you know that we can tear you to pieces in minutes?" The young Demon King, on the other hand, raised his hand to stop the experts and said indifferently, "Kong Teichu, you can defeat the famous families of the Preqin dynasty, so you must be strong. But my strength is not something that you Wendin and the others can compare to. 200 years ago, I was already at the peak stage of the Golden Core level. At that time, Yu Wendin had just entered the Golden Core level. I once defeated him with a single finger. Even when he activated the splendid mountain and river cauldron, he was no match for me. In the end, he was subdued by me and secretly opened a corner of the immortal trap array. He went easy on the devil race and allowed star destruction to spew out spiritual energy, resulting in the Tunguska explosion." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. They looked at the current lord of the Yu family and asked, "Is that true?" The current patriarch of the Yu clan, Supremacy Yu, let out a bitter smile and said, "That's right. He defeated Yu Wendin 200 years ago. He's so powerful." He also fought with the splendid mountain and river cauldron. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They had never thought that the young Demon King was so powerful. How is that possible? Yu Wendin is the descendant of a famous family of the Preqin dynasty. How could he not be a match for him? More people couldn't believe it and refused to accept it. They might be even more terrifying than the overlords of the ruins of deity. They're the slaves of the Annihilator who destroyed the cultivation civilization on Earth in the ancient times. Li Wuji heaved a sigh and said, "They once suppressed Emperor Xing, Emperor Zhongli, and the Heavenly Connection. They even started the interstellar wandering and suppressed the cultivators on Earth in the ancient times," he said with a look of shame. "More importantly, our Kunlun sect and the famous sects of the Preqin dynasty all thought highly of themselves. They did not care about the affairs of the world. Or rather, they were old-fashioned and conservative. They cherished their own things and were unwilling to cooperate with the secular world. They were unwilling to open their doors and spread their cultivation methods. As a result, our cultivation methods became worse and worse, and our inheritance became more and more broken. We can't compare with the sect master of the Taichu sect. We're even worse than the Tunguska Demon Lake. Each family of the Preqin dynasty only had a few dozen people who could practice their cultivation arts, and they never taught them to outsiders. The Kunlun sect only had a few hundred disciples. In the end, their talents withered and their cultivation arts deteriorated. Jiang Tian was much more open-minded than them. Ever since he established the Tianqing school, he had recruited many disciples and recruited talents from all over the world. In the end, he even made all the cultivation arts public so that any human on Earth could practice them. He even took in demons, ghost cultivators, and experts from other dimensions as his subordinates. Even though the Tunguska demon lake had chosen to hide under all kinds of pressure, they were much more open than the famous families of the Preqin dynasty and the Kunlun sect. They intermarried with humans and had many children. They also secretly spread their cultivation arts and cultivation arts. There were hundreds of thousands of demons in the demon lake at the moment. More than half of the corpses in the demon lake were pure-blooded humans who had been demonized because they practiced the demonic arts. The Preqin famous sects, the Kunlun sect, and even most of the martial arts clans and sects in Wuxia had the same mindset. They were afraid that others would learn their skills and techniques and surpass them, so they kept shrinking and reducing. The Tunguska demon lake, on the other hand, was afraid that no one would learn their demonic arts and that their inheritance would be cut off. Therefore, they expanded crazily. Therefore, in terms of cultivation arts, the Tunguska demon lake's cultivation arts were very likely to surpass the cultivation arts of the Preqin dynasty. When everyone heard this, their hearts were filled with complicated feelings. It was very unpleasant. The cultivation arts of the Preqin dynasty were very likely to be stronger than those of the black demons. Because in the ancient times, Emperor Yu had led many ancient virtuous paragons to kill the invaders until there were only a few left. It could be said that both sides suffered losses. However, because of different thinking, it led to different fates. The Tunguska demon lake caught up and suppressed Emperor Yu's descendant, Yu Wenden. Moreover, Emperor Yu's descendant had the advantage of controlling the deity trap array, so his cultivation wasn't restricted by the deity trap array at all, but he was still suppressed. If Emperor Yu's spirit in heaven saw Yu Wenden's unfilial descendants, what would he think? Someone asked, then why didn't they completely destroy the deity trap array? Why didn't they completely release planet destruction and revive the spirit chi? Ao Bing shook his head and sighed. If the spirit chi in planet destruction was completely released and the whole world evolved together, how could the Tunguska demon lake be superior? These conversations, these thoughts, all took place in an instant. In the sky, Jiang Tian coldly smiled. There's an old saying in Wuxia, a frog at the bottom of a well can't talk to the sea. You're not even a nascent soul cultivator yet, but you're already so arrogant. Do you know that I can kill a nascent soul cultivator with a raise of my hand? You're just a nascent soul cultivator. Who do you think you are? How arrogant! Many overlords were enraged. We're entities. Kong Teichu might be powerful, but in our eyes. Yamada no Orochi shook all 8 heads, opened all 8 mouths, and roared with a voice as loud as thunder, ha ha ha! Kong Teichu, I'll swallow you alive if you do that again. I'm arrogant? Jiang Tian clasped his hands behind his back as a cold light flashed in his eyes. The mockery on his face was extremely thick as he mocked. He sneered, you're not entities at all. Innate gods can either create heaven and earth, or be born and nurtured by heaven and earth. They can live as long as heaven and earth, and can be called innate gods. As for acquired gods, although they are cultivated by mortals, they have to reach the divinity transformation realm to have a lifespan of 10,000 years, control heaven and earth, and have the ability to move mountains and fill seas. They can also be called demigods or false gods. And you? You're just a group of monsters and fiends, clowns. You haven't even reached the nascent soul level or successfully transformed. You only have a few thousand years of lifespan. You can't resist the power of the world, let alone escape fate. In the end, you can only become a handful of yellow soil and a few pieces of white bones. You call yourself a god just because you're worshipped by a bunch of foolish villagers. How shameless! You're all born on Earth, except for the Tunguska demon race and the alien races in the pyramid. Generally speaking, you're also creatures of Earth. I'm here today to kill the Tunguska demon king. Leave now and sign a divine soul contract with me in the future. Be my slaves, or rise up and fight side by side with me. Then I'll give you a chance to live. Otherwise die. A cold voice came out of Jiang Tian's mouth and immediately spread 100 miles, making the hearts of all the overlords tremble. Chapter 1271. Kill. How dare you blaspheme the gods? Kill without mercy. As soon as Jiang Tian said that, all the entities and demons were enraged. They unleashed their energy and roared at Jiang Tian. The Sea King Arthur of the Bermuda Delta released a 1,000-meter tornado. The Pharaoh of the Black Pyramid released a 1,000-meter-long death chi. In the blink of an eye, the auras of every single expert erupted. Strange phenomena appeared above their heads, and they shot into the clouds like smoke signals for 1,000 miles. Some were dazzling, some were murderous, some were as majestic as the sea, and some were as heavy as mountains. They were far more powerful than the overlords on Jiang Tian's side. It was no wonder. They were all old monsters who had been hiding for a long time. The overlords on Jiang Tian's side had all shown their talents. They still had a long way to go. This time, even the young demon king was enraged. He shook his head in disappointment and said coldly, "Kong Teichu, I've noticed you for a long time. Besides, you also have a strong fiend chi and fiend chi. I've always wanted to join forces with you. I didn't expect you to be as ignorant, stubborn, and arrogant as the other humans. Do you know that in the depths of the universe, humans are as weak as ants? You talk too much." Jiang Tian smiled and said, "You're just a descendant of the Demon King. You and your ancestor, the Demon King, have never really seen the vast universe. You're still too young to talk to me about the races of the universe. Let's fight. Let's fight. No more nonsense." Don't. Jiang Tian took a step forward and the air trembled. A monstrous divine aura swept out in all directions. Apart from the young Demon King, the other powerhouses were forced to stumble back. Their momentum was gone. Boom. "I'll kill you." One of the Sea Demon tribe experts couldn't hold back any longer. He took a step forward and took the lead to attack Jiang Tian. He was at least 30 meters tall, with a human body and a shark head. His entire body was pitch black, and his pupils were pitch black. He had a wide mouth and dense fangs. He wore a sharkskin vest and shorts. Around his neck hung a necklace made of hundreds of human skulls. He held a huge tortoiseshell shield in his hand. His muscles were knotted and filled with explosive power, as if he was made of black iron. Black Shark King. According to the assessment of the Earth Defense Coalition Army, he had the strength of a mid-level golden core cultivator. He was ranked 3rd among the sirens and 23rd among the overlords of the alien races. He had wreaked havoc in the entire Pacific Ocean and had once torn apart an aircraft carrier of the Earth Defense Coalition Army in the Pacific Ocean. The shield in his hand is not afraid of heavy artillery, missiles, or even nuclear weapons. In the Earth Defense Coalition Command, General Kane's forehead was covered in sweat as he quickly explained the origin of this alien race. Today, everyone in the Earth Defense Coalition forces has been equipped with a battlefield command system supported by military satellites that can be used on a global scale. Jiang Tian is also equipped with an air headset. This information was accurately transmitted to Jiang Tian's ears. The Black Shark King drove the wind and the waves. The water vapor and raindrops in the sky turned into sharp spears that pierced towards Jiang Tian. He raised his hand and waved it. A huge shark image opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian sneered and raised his hand to throw out a punch. This punch was simple and didn't have any fancy moves. It was light and didn't have any strength. However, as soon as he punched out, endless vermilion bird flames gushed out from his danton, following the trajectory of his fist and converging into a blazing pillar of light. It was like a giant pillar that supported the heavens as it streaked across the blue dome of heaven and heavily smashed the shark phantom. It burned the countless spears and sharp swords until they exploded with crackling sounds. The fist landed on the Black Shark King's chest. The Black Shark King didn't even have time to raise his tortoiseshell shield before Jiang Tian's Red Sparrow light beam exploded in the air. Endless blood, flesh, broken bones, and internal organs turned into streaks of light and scattered in all directions like blooming fireworks. A famous golden core overlord on the alien race's ranking list had died with one punch. Many overlords of the alien races were startled. Even the Sea King's face changed slightly and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. Only the young demon king Tunguska remained calm, looking down at Jiang Tian from above. The golden core is not bad. It can be made into a supreme elixir. Jiang Tian raised his hand and threw the golden core of the Black Shark King into the sky-swallowing demon gourd. "Let's go together!" Arthur, the Sea King of Bermuda, shouted, and immediately 3 golden core merman monsters walked out. 3 more. Atlantis King Mu's eyes flickered. He suddenly sighed and said leisurely. Immediately, 3 golden core overlords walked out from behind him. Arthur looked at his half-brother gratefully. Many people knew that the 2 brothers had decided to work together to deal with Jiang Tian. 5 golden core mermen, all famous on the alien race's ranking list, stepped forward together. Some of them had the head of a shrimp and the body of a human, holding sharp blades in their hands. Some had the head of a human and the body of a crab, with many big pincers as sharp as peerless heavenly blades. Some had completely evolved into a human, riding a giant seahorse and carrying a giant turtle shell on their backs. There was also one with sharp spikes all over his body that spun and spun. It was actually an evolved sea urchin. Each of them dominated an area of the sea, stirring up storms and waves. They could overturn aircraft carriers, create tsunamis and hurricanes, and drown and destroy coastal cities. The famous X-grade mutant siren in the Blue Storm was probably not even worthy of carrying their shoes. She only had a trace of the merman's bloodline that was stimulated by the immortal Ascension Blood Arrow Orchid. Waves without wind. The 5 golden core mermen chanted the merman's incantation together. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky and monstrous waves formed out of nowhere. They were a few hundred meters high and crashed towards Jiang Tian like a vast ocean. They held weapons and rode giant seahorses, stepping on the waves and diving towards Jiang Tian, as if a group of gods were going to create a flood to destroy the world. The sea urchin even shrank its body and turned into a sea urchin full of sharp spikes. It spun and slashed towards Jiang Tian. Golden core mermen are just ants in my eyes. I've killed so many of them. Jiang Tian's face was filled with mockery as he waved his sleeve. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Jiang Tian waved his hand as if there was a universe hidden in his sleeve. Suddenly, the sun and the moon were upside down and the world was turned upside down. Endless true essence was pushed out like a raging wave. The true essence was still the true fire of the red sparrow, which was extremely hot and could melt gold and iron. Under the pressure of this vast true essence, in just the blink of an eye, the endless waves instantly evaporated into steam and even exploded, disappearing into nothingness. Even the stones on the ground began to crack, turning into powder and ash. The sea runs dry and the rocks crumble? The 5 golden core mermen exclaimed in disbelief. That was a powerful energy that was more terrifying than the sages of the ancient times. It wasn't something they could resist at all. They wanted to retreat, but they didn't have time to do so. The fire of the red sparrow had completely enveloped them. Then, before they could even scream, their souls were burned and they completely disappeared from the world. However, Jiang Tian purposely left his golden core unburned. Otherwise, even the indestructible golden cores would have turned into ashes in an instant. How is that possible? He killed the 5 golden core mermen in seconds. Seeing this, everyone gasped and their faces turned pale. They couldn't believe it. Even the young fiend king, Yu, was a bit frightened. Although they knew that Jiang Tian was powerful, they didn't expect him to be this powerful. Just what kind of realm was this? What kind of strength was this? It made one's entire body feel cold. Killing a gold core cultivator was even easier than killing a chicken. They knew that when Jiang Tian fought with Yu Wendin and the other masters of the Preaching Dynasty, it was a tough battle. On the other hand, Yu Wendin and the others were only in the Golden Core realm. In their opinion, Jiang Tian might be on the same level as them, also in the Golden Core realm. However, they didn't expect Jiang Tian to completely crush them, catching them off guard. They didn't know that even though Yu Wendin and the others were Golden Core mermen, they had many Dharma treasures of the Preaching Dynasty, including true artifacts and quasi-true artifacts. Their power was comparable to that of a peak-stage golden core cultivator or a nascent soul cultivator. It wasn't as simple as they thought. This is the land. The mermen can't use all their power. If we were in the sea, Kong Teichu would be dead for sure. Arthur, the king of the sea, gritted his teeth and said angrily. He didn't want to accept this reality. Many people realized what was going on after hearing this, and they immediately felt less scared. Yes, the mermen needed to use their Dharma power to form waves as the foundation of their attacks, which cost a lot of energy, and they couldn't use 100% of their power. The son of the king of Assyria waved his scepter and said, "Everyone, there's no need to follow the rules when dealing with a dictator like Kong Teichu, let alone fight one-on-one. This is a battle of life and death. We designed this trap to kill him together. Let's attack together." Boom. He pointed his scepter in the air. Suddenly, blue thunderbolts as thick as buckets burst out from the scepter and were extremely powerful. The thunderbolts turned into lions, pythons, vultures, and wolves. They were extremely fast and struck towards Jiang Tian. Kill! The other overlords also attacked. In an instant, Jiang Tian was surrounded and was in danger. Chapter 1272. Although those entities hadn't reached the nascent soul level or the soul formation level, many of them were in the middle stage of the golden core level. Golden core cultivators were rare even in the cultivation world deep in the universe. A golden core cultivator could usually control a small planet or dominate a country or a city. They were even rarer on Earth during the Age of Doom. There were dozens of them attacking together. This was unprecedented on Earth, and it could be said to be an unprecedented grand occasion. It was a shocking sight. Yamada no Orochi soared into the air, and its 8 heads roared in unison, spraying out colorful snake venom, shooting toward Jiang Tianzhuang. Meanwhile, the elephant head god soared into the air, flew above Jiang Tian, and stomped down. Boom! That stomp was as powerful as an ancient entity stomping on the ground, cracking the air. Suddenly, a huge elephant foot appeared in the air, heavy and solid, like a mountain, smashing down towards Jiang Tianling's head. Before the elephant's foot even arrived, the berserk pressure had already arrived. The ground within a radius of 10 li trembled and rippled like waves, turning into countless fibers that fluttered in the air. Massive rocks were blasted apart, and a gigantic footprint that was thousands of meters wide appeared on the ground. The pharaoh of Egypt, Seti, who was standing at the top of the Black Pyramid, looked gloomy and chanted an ancient spell. All of a sudden, waves of deathly aura spread out from the inside of the Black Pyramid and the endless coffins. The gray aura formed talisman symbols and scriptures, which covered the sky and the sun, and wrapped around Jiang Tian silently. The death chi didn't look impressive, but it was extremely vicious and dangerous. It was an ancient spell that could control life and death and could take away all vitality. It was not much weaker than the water of the nether. Once a golden core overlord came in contact with it, he would have a slim chance of survival. "Ah, how dare you provoke me with your insignificant power? You don't know what's good for you." Jiang Tian sighed regretfully. Suddenly, he made a grabbing motion. In front of countless shocked eyes and the son of the king of Assyria exclaimed in disbelief, he grabbed the blue lightning bolts in his hand. Those thunder beasts that could destroy cities and battleships kept shrinking and went into Jiang Tian's palm like obedient kittens. In the end, they turned into a rolling thunder ball the size of a basketball. Meanwhile, the pharaoh of Egypt's death chi spell had also arrived. "Ah!" Jiang Tian casually waved his hand, and the lightning ball flew out and exploded, blowing away the deathly aura. Moreover, its momentum was not reduced at all, and it whistled out, electrocuting the Egyptian pharaoh until he screamed miserably. His skin and flesh were torn open, and even a few of his fingers were blown away. In the next moment, Jiang Tian raised his hand and pointed. A Gingjin finger radiance pierced through like a giant pillar, directly shattering the elephant foot phantom. Then, amidst the terrified screams of the elephant head god, he exploded like a firecracker. A rain of blood, broken bones, and pieces of internal organs were scattered everywhere. It was as if there was a heavy downpour, piling up a thick layer on the ground. As for the venom of Orochi, Jiang Tian wasn't afraid at all. Even if it splashed on him, it wouldn't hurt him at all. He just waved his fingers. A golden line that penetrated the heavens and the earth appeared. It was several thousand meters long and slashed toward Yamada no Orochi. The golden line was extremely thin, but it was extremely dazzling and illuminated dozens of miles. At that moment, there seemed to be nothing else in the world except for the golden line. Whoosh! Yamada no Orochi, which was not even afraid of nuclear weapons and could withstand Kuei Lian's attack, was split into two halves from the middle like wax. The mountain-like corpse fell to the ground with a loud rumble, and filthy blood flowed everywhere. In the blink of an eye, all of this happened in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the Dharma power and weapons of the weaker and slower Golden Core overlords had just arrived. Get out of here! In response, Jiang Tian only lightly stomped his foot. Rumble! An invisible wave of air formed rings of clouds that rolled out in all directions like a tsunami. Many Gold Core cultivators screamed in agony. All of their magic power attacks were shattered, and they were sent flying. Every one of them was severely injured, spitting out blood. Some of them even had broken bones and tendons, and their gold cores cracked. Jiang Tian had killed Orochi and the Elephant God and severely injured the Pharaoh of Egypt and dozens of other Golden Core cultivators. He's so powerful. I'm afraid he has the power of a nascent soul cultivator. The king of Atlantis, Amu, had an uneasy expression as he sucked in a cold breath. We underestimated him. The Pharaoh of Egypt, Sudi, was also shocked. He instinctively took a step back, and his sinister triangular eyes were filled with fear and unease. His eyelids twitched crazily. What should we do? Why don't we surrender? Amu and Arthur looked at each other and communicated with their immortal will in the secret language of the sea monsters. They didn't hate Jiang Tian, they just had different standpoints. But in the end, regardless of whether they followed Tungu's or Jiang Tian, they were just trying to ride on someone else's coattails and had no intention of dominating. Even the young demon king Yu was shaken. Even if he won against Jiang Tian, he would still suffer heavy losses. Kong Teichu, we don't have any grudges against each other. Why don't we make peace and divide and conquer? His eyes flashed as he bowed and cupped his fists. You form your Wuxia mythical alliance and we'll form our own alliance. From now on, we'll stay out of each other's business. When the ruins of deities invade, we'll fight against them together. What do you think? You're the henchman of the Annihilator who invaded the ancient earth. You're even more disgusting than the ruins of deities. Do you think I'll cooperate with you? Jiang Tian smiled mockingly. He did not say anything unnecessary and threw a punch. Boom. Instantly, a 10-mile-long white mark appeared in the air. The fist chi destroyed everything. Countless battleships, chariots and demon masters exploded and turned into dust. Wherever the fist energy passed, the wind howled, men and horses were thrown off their feet. Chaos and devastation ensued. The entire Tungu's demon army's formation was torn apart. At least 1,000 demon masters died in this attack. There were countless chi refinement overlords and even some foundation establishment cultivators. Kong Teichu, you've gone too far. Seeing this, young demon king Ayu's eyes were about to split open. He was furious and shouted loudly. I've gone too far? I've already given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Just kill them all. Jiang Tian's face was as calm as still water. He was indifferent as he walked towards the demon race army step by step. Let's attack together and form the demon emperor killing array. Kill him. Seeing this, the young demon king's killing intent turned cold. Demonic chi surged as he shouted harshly. He had never thought that Jiang Tian wouldn't give him face. After all, there were many overlords in the Tungu's demon lake. Kill, kill, kill. This bastard must be killed. Form the array. Countless demons roared as the army lined up neatly. Tens of thousands of demon warriors stood in the air, occupying different positions. Suddenly, demon chi erupted all at once, soaring into the sky like smoke signals of essence chi. Incomparably vast and dense devilish chi surged and converged, forming a towering demon emperor projection that was over 10,000 feet tall in the air. This devil emperor was blurry and indistinct, but he seemed to have traveled through countless years to arrive here. He was filled with an ancient and boundless aura. Sitting high above the 9 heavens, he suddenly stretched out his mountain-like hand, grabbing towards Jiang Tian. This was the ultimate attack of the Tungu's demon lake. Tens of thousands of demon soldiers used half of their demon chi to simulate the demon emperor's dharma form and attacked. Even though these soldiers were only chi refinement cultivators, there were so many of them that even nascent soul overlords might not be able to withstand it. Child's play. Jiang Tian had a mocking expression on his face, and he waved his finger. A 1,000-meter-long purple thunder saber that pierced through the heavens and the earth swept out like a saber cutting through water, spreading out in a fan shape. At this moment, it was as if the void had been shattered. Colorful spatial cracks appeared, snaking for hundreds of meters along the path of the thunder blade. Boom! When the saber slashed down, the 1,000-foot-tall demon emperor Dharma idol exploded in the air. At this moment, it was as if several nuclear weapons had exploded at the same time. The earth shook and the air trembled. Giant mushroom clouds rose in the sky, and billowing fiend chi shot out in all directions with long flaming tails. At that moment, tens of thousands of demon soldiers spurted out blood and their bodies trembled. At least a few thousand people were hit by the Dharma power backlash and died on the spot. Although the Dharma array was powerful, it also had a lot of drawbacks. Once it was broken, it would attack indiscriminately. Anyone within a certain range would be cruelly affected. At this time, the son of the king of Assyria, the pharaoh of Egypt, and the king of Atlantis, Amu, and the others all led their experts and retreated dozens of miles away. Their faces were pale, and they were trembling with fear. They were hesitating whether to stay or leave. And at this time, Jiang Tian had already rushed into the dozens of devil race battleships as the main body of the battle formation, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, and began a one-sided massacre. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Tian's every move was able to shake the world. His punches and kicks were extremely powerful and terrifying, comparable to the explosion of nuclear weapons. Those ancient demon battleships, which even nuclear weapons couldn't destroy, exploded in the air like firecrackers, sending debris everywhere. Open! 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 Jiang Tian roared. His punches and kicks could often destroy a battleship. He could even cut it in half with a wave of his fingers. At that moment, the 6 fake elixirs in Jiang Tian's dantian were jumping and roaring crazily. His power seemed to be rising endlessly. Without the restraint of the deity trap array, Jiang Tian felt like a fish in the vast sea and a bird in the sky. He was fighting to his heart's content. Use Dharma treasures to attack from afar. Don't fight at close range. Young Demon King Au's eyes were about to split open, and many of the devil generals were roaring in anger. Their hearts were piercing, and their livers were trembling. In just a few minutes, Jiang Tian had killed more than half of their demon army. This was a painful loss that they couldn't accept. All of the devilish soldiers scattered in all directions, and the dense formation with a radius of around 10 kilometers was reduced to a radius of around 50 kilometers. They took up positions in the sky and on the ground, attacking Jiang Tian from all directions. They dodged Jiang Tian's attack. The tens of thousands of demon army moved nimbly, flying up and down, using long-range attacks, wanting to exhaust Jiang Tian to death here. Chapter 1273. This is troublesome. It's impossible to guard against it. Ao Bing, the dragon in the crowd, felt a headache coming on. He felt that if he were to face such a situation, he would surely be helpless against it, and he would instantly perish and be beaten to the point not even dregs remained. Don't worry. They're just a bunch of ants. How can they be a match for my master? Wipe your cold sweat and don't embarrass yourself. The old dragon turned into a big black dog and ran around, picking up the fallen golden cores. He didn't fight with his enemies and only focused on picking up scraps. However, he didn't eat them either. He put them into the storage ring that Jiang Tian had given him and mumbled, "We're dragons. We don't eat golden cores raw. We'll eat them after Master makes them into spirit pills. They're delicious and nutritious. All right. Let's fight like this. We can exhaust Kong Teichu to death." Young Demon King Asiu laughed smugly. He flapped his giant wings and flew up and down in the air like a flying dragon. He waved a giant steel fork and kept releasing fiend chi at Jiang Tian. The battle was in a stalemate. Jiang Tian approached Asiu again and again, but he was always disturbed by the other demon soldiers and demon generals and the battleships. Asiu was also very vigilant. He was quite fast and easily broke through the sound barrier. He even used a space movement art to disappear and appear from time to time, dodging Jiang Tian's attacks several times. Swish. When Jiang Tian slashed with his sword and was about to kill Asiu again, Kong Teichu, die. Suddenly, the king of Atlantis, Emu's eyes darkened as he raised his scepter. Instantly, the golden city behind him, every piece of the floor, every stone pillar, and every wall glowed brightly. The mysterious yet elegant Daoist patterns on the walls had a vast amount of dermic energy flowing through them. In the end, every palace, every street, and every steel emitted a brilliant glow and soared into the sky. An array with a city. This golden city is actually a huge offensive formation. Seeing this from afar, Li Wuji was shocked. His expression changed drastically as he sent a telepathic message to Jiang Tian. Be careful of the ancient city of Atlantis behind you. Atlantis was an ancient city that had lived through the mythological era. At that time, there were many golden core cultivators and nascent soul cultivators, including soul formation overlords. At that time, the war was earth-shattering. Every move of the golden core cultivators had the power of a small nuclear weapon. Huge mountains were razed to the ground, rivers were twisted and broken, and tens of thousands of people were shaken into a rain of flesh and powder. However, the city of Atlantis still stood tall and protected their people. This showed its power, but it was too late. Kong Teichu died. Amu, who was standing behind Jiang Tian, sneered. He suddenly launched a sneak attack and waved his scepter at Jiang Tian. Suddenly, the endless brilliance in the golden city shot out with a vast amount of Dharma power. It was like a torrent and a waterfall that poured into the scepter in Mu's hand and hit Jiang Tian. After passing through the scepter, the vast brilliance and energy were further condensed and strengthened, turning into a sharp beam of light the size of an adult's arm. It cut through the sky like a peerless heavenly sword and pierced towards Jiang Tian's back. Although the beam of light was small, it contained a lot of Dharma power and energy. It was much more powerful than the 8 trigrams mirror used by Ji Shiqi. Its lethality and reaction speed were far superior to the most advanced military lasers. It was enough to penetrate an aircraft carrier and cut a 1,000-meter mountain. Mu was confident that no one in this world could resist the attack of the Scepter of Light. Even if the ancient sages came back to life, they still wouldn't be able to. Just when everyone's faces were filled with smiles of success. Suddenly, Jiang Tian disappeared from where he stood. The beam of light passed through Jiang Tian's original position without any hindrance. With a whoosh, it pierced through a mountain in the distance. In fact, Jiang Tian didn't disappear. He was expanding to the limit. He was tens of thousands of feet tall, as if he had entered outer space with his head on top of the sky. Because of the extreme expansion, Jiang Tian's true essence particles and cells were separated by tens of centimeters. His body became very faint and ethereal, as if he had completely disappeared. The next moment, Jiang Tian's body condensed again. Like a ghost, he appeared hundreds of meters in front of Amu with a sinister smile on his face. How is this possible? Mu was shocked. His face was pale as he staggered back and almost fell to the ground. Who can dodge the attack of the Scepter of Light? My indestructible golden body was originally a divine power I used to deal with the threat of nuclear weapons when I formed the gunmetal divine body. I've never seen a nuclear weapon since I was reborn. I didn't expect to use it today. Jiang Tian sighed and shook his head with a wry smile. Mu panicked and begged pitifully, Taichu Alliance Master, I'm willing to lead my people to surrender. It's too late. Suddenly, Jiang Tian raised his hand and slapped at AMU and Atlantis. The power of this palm was indescribable. The giant palm covered the sky and there were 6 layers in total. The first layer of the giant palm was surrounded by flames and the red sparrow true essence was extremely hot. Everyone within 100 miles felt an extreme heat. The temperature seemed to have soared by dozens of degrees, as if they were in a furnace. Countless trees were ignited and giant rocks cracked and turned into ashes. The son of the Assyrian king didn't even last a second before he was burned to ashes, and even his divine soul was reduced to nothingness. Kaboom! The water essence around the golden city of Atlantis exploded in an instant and evaporated completely. Then, thousands of sea tribe powerhouses couldn't hold on for even a second and were instantly carbonized. The complex and beautiful patterns on them flickered violently and then dimmed. The indestructible ancient buildings that had experienced the mythological era and many calamities were softened, twisted, and deformed as if they were made of wax. They began to turn into rolling golden water. The surface of the city had just melted when the second layer of the giant palm, which was about 1,000 meters long, arrived. It didn't feel like a mountain was pressing down on them, but rather a vast and boundless continent was crashing down on them. Boom! The thick earth palm slammed heavily onto the Atlantis city, shattering it into pieces and sinking into the ground. Crack, crack. The ground trembled violently, and the mountains shook as if an unprecedented earthquake had erupted. Huge gullies meandered out in all directions. It was a shocking sight. Then, several giant palms, such as Greenwood, Gingjin, Thunder, and Mystic Water, slammed down one after another, directly smashing the golden city into the ground and grinding it into powder and particles. It completely disappeared from this world. There was dead silence in a radius of dozens of miles. Everyone was dumbfounded, their hearts palpitating. Even the army of the demon race was frightened out of their wits. They stopped attacking and froze on the spot. The power of Kong Teichu's palm was so terrifying. It crushed an array city and killed tens of thousands of people. There was no lack of golden core overlords among them. You're a counselor of the human race, the root of the ancient Babylonian civilization. If you knew when to stop, I wouldn't have killed you so quickly. Jiang Tian flicked his fingers and glanced at the many overlords. He said softly, "But you dare to sneak attack me. You don't know what's good for you. I don't mind killing you with one palm." No, we don't dare to be enemies with the leader of the Taichu Alliance. When he met Jiang Tian's cold gaze, the Sea King Arthur was so scared that his knees went weak. He knelt in the air, cold sweat pouring down. In essence, they belonged to the sea race, but the Atlantean civilization was more orthodox. The Bermuda Delta's strength and heritage were inferior. This is too scary. The Assyrian prince was also scared out of his wits. He staggered a few steps and almost fell from the sky. "Everyone, are you going to stand by and do nothing?" Seeing the fear on everyone's faces, the Assyrian demon king quickly shouted. "Kong Teichu is fierce and vengeful. If the Tunguska demon lake is defeated, you will not have a good ending." But the Assyrian prince and the Sea King Arthur didn't dare to move at all. They were determined to stand by and do nothing. Only the Egyptian pharaoh King Seth roared and waved his withered wooden cane. Kill, kill, swish, swish, swish. Many of the mummies had evolved to the level of yakshas or sky corpses, comparable to chi refinement and foundation establishment overlords. Some even had the power of a golden core cultivator. They stepped on the coffins and released death energy toward Jiang Tian. They cast all kinds of talismans, covering the sky and the earth. Their fighting style was exactly the same as the Tungus demons. They were all agile guerrilla tactics. After attacking at close range, they would immediately scatter and flee. They wanted to exhaust Jiang Tian to a certain extent before finishing him off in one go. Do you think you can escape the fate of being destroyed like this? These attacks were like tickles to Jiang Tian. He didn't dodge. He laughed and took out the Dinghai pearl and shook it. Boom. Suddenly, an extremely cold energy spread out from the Dinghai pearl. It was as if a cold wave had come from the depths of hell and swept across the surroundings. In a blink, the space within dozens of miles was frozen. None of the fiends and the mummies were caught. They were all turned into statues and didn't move at all. That was a forbidden art that formed a forbidden area. Every blade of grass and tree was frozen and the essence chi couldn't flow. Without Dharma treasures, only nascent soul overlords could use it. Besides, even nascent soul overlords could only control an area of 1,000 feet. They definitely couldn't reach 100 miles. However, the Sea Calming Pearl was one of the top treasures in the universe when it came to the power of spatial imprisonment. It was used by Ao Huang to imprint his mark on it, capable of freezing the seas and the dead silence continent. It had once intimidated an era and swept through the ancient earth. In the end, it was given to Jiang Tian as a blessing by the ancient gods in the deity trap array. The treasure pearl was even more powerful in Jiang Tian's hands. Normal nascent soul overlords would be frozen to death instantly, not to mention golden core overlords. As soon as the precious pearl appeared, even a gold core expert would find their chi and blood congealed. Every cell in their body would become motionless, and even their dantian region would become deathly still. They would lose their life force and vitality, and would instantly die. Even the young fiend Lord Ayu and the Pharaoh of Egypt, who were at the nascent soul level, were frozen. But after all, they were powerful and their Dharma power was profound. They didn't die and were still breathing. How is this possible? The Ashoka young demon king was fixed in the air by the vast mana. He was still in the posture of flapping his wings, like a lifelike sculpture. Only his eyeballs could still move. His face was filled with fear as if he had seen a demon. Chapter 1274. In this battle, the demon army was almost completely wiped out. It was a great loss to Ayu and an unacceptable defeat. What kind of Dharma treasure is this? It's so cold and powerful that it can even freeze the death aura. If I knew he was so powerful, the pharaohs and I wouldn't have come out. Pharaoh Suti's eyes were filled with shock. The deep regret in his heart could not be washed away. They cultivated the techniques given to them by the Annihilator. They absorbed death, evil, poison, and other auras and turned them into power and attack to destroy everything. This kind of aura was extremely stubborn and could not be shaken or imprisoned by any kind of Dharma power. In the ancient mythological era, mummies were called attack machines without emotions and vitality. Even ordinary lightning could not do it. But now, although the tens of thousands of mummies were not completely dead, they were frozen by Jiang Tian's Dinghai Pearl and completely lost their attacking power. But we have no choice. We are the slaves of the ancient Annihilator. With Kong Techu's shrewdness and decisiveness, how could he let us go? Some of the old demon generals who were not completely dead smiled bitterly and sighed in despair. This was fate. They were the followers of the ancient Annihilator and the Black Pyramid. One was the ancient Annihilator's follower, the other was the ancient Earth's surrender party. Even if Jiang Tian was broad-minded and had the idea of accepting all kinds of people, being able to accept the monster race and ghost cultivators, being able to accept the Babylonians and the sea race, he would not let them go. He would definitely eliminate them. The conflict between the two sides was irreconcilable. There would be a battle sooner or later, so the first to strike would gain the upper hand. I'm an ant. I'm weak. I'm a frog at the bottom of a well. How can I be so arrogant? Now, who's under my feet? Jiang Tian put away the Dinghai Pearl and crossed a few miles with one step. He came in front of young demon King Ayu and stepped on his chest, stomping him to the ground. He looked down at him with a smile. You, young demon King Ayu's 100-meter-tall body turned into the height of an ordinary person. Countless bones in his body were broken. Being stepped on by Jiang Tian, he was so angry that his body trembled violently. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of black demon blood. He even wanted the leader of the Taichu Alliance to submit to him. How shameless! With this level of cultivation, you can't even withstand a single blow. You want to command the 4 seas and control the Myth Alliance? You are very powerful and domineering. However, you are now lying on the ground. How are you going to give orders? This is a disgrace to your status. Hurry up and stand up. You demons are strong and humans are weak. But why is your young demon king being stepped on? On the side by Sujuan, Xiaoqian, Hera, and the other demonesses and ghostly women were all ridiculing him. No matter the occasion, no matter the time, a woman's ability to talk was often far better than a man's. He had to admit that. How dare you? Who dares to cause trouble in the Tunguska Devil Lake? All of a sudden, a shout rang out, and another passage was blasted open in the Tunguska Demon Lake. A male old devil brought a few old women with him as they soared into the sky from the Devil Lake's passageway. Their black devil chi seemed to have materialized, and their might was even stronger than young Devil King Ayu's. Information on this demon, unknown. In the command center, Keynes and the others looked nervous as they compared the information on this demon with the information in the database. This demon had never been shown in the information and was very mysterious. It should be a giant demon that rarely appeared in the world. A nascent soul demon. In the distance, Li Wuji felt the great devil chi. His heart skipped a beat, and his face was extremely solemn. A nascent soul powerhouse. It was extremely rare even in the dimensional world. It could even dominate the dimensional world and be called the sovereign of the world. Who would have thought that there would be a peerless great divine master in Earth, where spirit chi was scarce? Old General, save me. Young Devil King Ayu shouted as if he had seen a life-saving straw. This old demon was the previous marshal of the Tunguska Devil Army. Hundreds of years ago, he had commanded all the Devil Army. His cultivation was powerful, second only to great Devil King Tunguska. However, he was old and had a suitable successor. Therefore, he resigned from his position and entered the depths of the Tunguska Devil Lake to avoid the monitoring of the Immortal trap array and cultivated in seclusion with Demon King Tunguska. They absorbed the poisonous aura underground and the spirit chi overflowing from star destruction in an attempt to break through to the nascent soul realm and even the legendary soul formation realm. They're all dead. The old devil marshal glanced at the thousands of devil soldiers who were still frozen in the air, and a trace of deep regret flashed in his eyes. Almost all of the children he had painstakingly reproduced were dead. He could not bear this kind of pain at all. It was as if his heart was being fried in a pan of oil. It was so painful that his liver and intestines were being cut into pieces. Kong Te-Chu, we devils have no grudge against you. Why are you killing us so mercilessly? The regret in the old marshal's eyes turned into endless anger. He clenched his fists and roared like rolling thunder. Why are you talking nonsense with him? He killed our children and grandchildren. All of them will be turned to ashes. An old female devil roared in exasperation. No need to talk nonsense. Don't ask for the reason. Take them down first. Another old woman said with a cold look in her eyes. These old women of the devil race were at least 1,000 years old. They were all perfected golden core cultivators and were a bit more powerful than Ayu. Of course, they would not take humans seriously. I told you, I'll protect Earth. Jiang Tian's white robe fluttered even though there was no wind. His thick hair fluttered like a waterfall as he said, entities and overlords of the alien races must submit to the Myth Alliance. They can't hurt a single human. But how many people have you killed? Do you think I, Kong Te-Chu, am bullshitting? Do you think the Myth Alliance is easy to bully? Jiang Tai-Chu, aren't you meddling too much? Aren't you going too far? We only killed the Russians. What does it have to do with you? The old devil's hands were trembling. Although the Tunguska Demon Lake kept a low profile, they were very powerful. Not even the Qin dynasty dared to provoke them, and even the Russian emperor had to be careful. However, Jiang Tian was clearly trying to find a random reason to suppress them. He wanted to dominate the entire world and rule the world. Yes, I'm bullying you. So what? I'm meddling too much. So what? If you don't agree, let's fight. Jiang Tian smiled. That's okay? Let's talk to them about internationalism and humanity. It'll be more dignified. Xiaoqian, Hera, Bai Sujuan and the others were speechless after hearing that. Jiang Tian's words were simply shameless to the extreme, arrogant and overbearing to the extreme. If he wanted to kill you, he would kill you. He didn't need any reason at all. But for some reason, it sounded very pleasing to the ear, and it made one feel comfortable and carefree. Domineering. Too domineering. No demons in your eyes, no demons in your eyes. The old devil was so angry that he almost fainted. He wanted to crush Jiang Tian into pieces. However, looking at Ayu, who was under Jiang Tian's feet, the old general suppressed his anger and said loudly, "Fellow Daoist Tai Chu, young demon king Ayu is still a child. He's young and hot-blooded. He doesn't deserve death. Let him go first and everything can be discussed. We can talk. He's lived for at least 800 years, if not 1,000 years. He's still a child. How dare you say that?" The ghost cultivator, Nye Xiaoqian, didn't show any mercy. He killed hundreds of thousands of Russians. Doesn't he have to take responsibility? Are the lives of human beings nothing more than ants in your eyes? Yes, in your eyes, the lives of mortals are like ants. So what if you kill them? Bai Sujuan smiled charmingly. Her laughter was like a silver bell, but it was extremely mean. Doesn't that mean that in the eyes of our alliance master, your lives aren't worth mentioning? You're just like ants. What's there to talk about? Hera also sneered. The sect master of the Taichu sect wants you to join the Myth Alliance or sign a divine soul contract. Otherwise, he'll trample on you and kill you without mercy. I've already said the ugly words, but you refused. Let him go? Why should I? Jiang Tian only said this sentence and directly stomped down, piercing through Ayu's chest. Blood gushed out and broken bones shot out. Ayu's body twitched in pain. The scene was extremely terrifying and tragic. Swish. An old woman's eyes flashed fiercely. She held a demonic saber in her hand, and her figure was like lightning. With a swoosh, she approached Jiang Tian and raised her saber to kill him. Her saber light and demonic aura were both restrained and dull. They were condensed within her body and did not leak out at all. However, when they exploded, they were comparable to Mu's attack with the Scepter of Light. They could even destroy an aircraft carrier. Chapter 1275. Clang! In response, Jiang Tian merely flicked his finger. A golden finger aura directly shattered her blade aura and fiend chi. A large hole appeared in the old woman's chest, and her demonic core was smashed to pieces, exploding uncontrollably in the air. Her body was shattered, and a rain of sparkling and translucent flesh bloomed like fireworks, and then scattered all over the ground. The old fiend trembled, but there was nothing he could do. He quickly said to the other old woman, "This guy is too powerful. Old Fiend King, please come out." The old woman glared fiercely at Jiang Tian, then hurriedly turned around and left. At the same time, Jiang Tian used his immortal will to search for the memories and information in the young Fiend King's mind, which made Ayu tremble and cry. Searching one's soul was a kind of torture. If the person being searched dared to resist, the torture would be 10 times worse. The fiends really fought with the Annihilator in the Age of Mythology. They're also the guardians of Planet Destroyer. Jiang Tian heaved a sigh. It turned out that the Tunguska Demon Lake was a passage that led to the place where Planet Destroyer was sleeping deep underground. Although Planet Destroyer mainly devoured spirit chi, it gradually fell asleep because Earth's spirit chi was exhausted. It even emitted spirit chi occasionally. The demons of Tunguska used this as a resource to strengthen themselves and preserve their bloodline. They were blessed by nature and could bear the benefits of Planet Destroyer. Of course, they didn't want Jiang Tian to destroy Planet Destroyer and recover spirit chi. So, they gathered the overlords of the secret land and entities on Earth to resist Jiang Tian. At first, forces like Atlantis and Babel didn't want to surrender. But they were all defeated by the overlords of the fiend race like Ayu and had to attack Jiang Tian with fiend runes. A nascent soul cultivator. Jiang Tian's heart suddenly moved slightly, and his pupils suddenly shrank. There was an old fiend from the Age of Mythology sleeping in the deepest part of the Tunguska Demon Lake, and it was quite powerful. It was already a nascent soul cultivator. Jiang Tian now had the power to crush nascent soul overlords. Since his rebirth, he had killed and suppressed many nascent soul overlords. But nascent soul was the first one he encountered. Jiang Tian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Before this, he had always thought that the first real nascent soul cultivator he met must be in the ruins of immortality or a high-level dimensional world. He had never expected that it would be on Earth. With Jiang Tian's current strength of 6 divine-grade fake elixir, he had a certain chance of winning against the early nascent soul stage, but it was also dangerous. Reaching the nascent soul from the golden core was a qualitative change in the level of life. The Dantian turned into a spirit embryo, and in the spirit embryo, the golden core gave birth to the nascent soul. The nascent soul, on the other hand, was formed by the gathering of the essence of life. It was the foundation of cultivation and the foundation of the immortal body. Not to mention the golden core realm, even the nascent soul realm was a far cry from the true nascent soul realm. The nascent soul realm was only the limit of the golden core realm. It was still a special kind of golden core, but the essence of the golden core had been carved into the shape of a fetus. Nascent soul cultivators had extremely long lifespans. They could live for thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years. So, nascent soul cultivators were often called heavenly lords. A nascent soul heavenly lord was unimaginably powerful. He had touched the laws of heaven and earth. His attack was as powerful as dozens of nuclear weapons exploding at the same time. It could easily destroy the world and penetrate a continent. Nascent souls could even leave their bodies and travel to different dimensional worlds. They could also open their heavenly eyes to deduce everything and distinguish between yin and yang. They knew how to seek good fortune and avoid disaster. Ancestral Patriarch True Dragon and the others were already the dominators of the third-dimensional world, but they were only at the nascent soul level. They hadn't even reached the nascent soul level, but they were already on the verge of becoming one. It could be said that nascent soul cultivators were very rare even in the central galaxy deep in the universe, even in places with flourishing cultivation civilizations. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. There might not even be one nascent soul cultivator among billions of cultivators. They could easily control a few planets or even a small galaxy. This is planet destruction. Through Ayu's mind, Jiang Tian saw an exquisite Dharma artifact floating in the depths of the red lava. That Dharma artifact was extremely large. It was more than 10 miles wide and was made of many facets. Like a huge diamond, it emitted a multicolored brilliance, flowing with auspicious colors and multicolored light, pervading the surroundings. Besides, there were a lot of fiend arts, battle techniques, fiend artifacts and arts to absorb faith in Ayu's mind. However, they were too primitive and crude for Jiang Tian and didn't have much value. My friend, I'm Gu Hu, the Lord of Tunguska. Let go of my useless grandson, Ayu, and we can talk. Suddenly, the fiend gate in the Tunguska fiend lake opened. A stooped old demon with a weathered face walked out, escorted by a group of old generals and commanders, all of whom had extraordinary demeanors and towering demonic auras. This old demon did not have 3 heads and 6 arms. Regardless of appearance or height, he was about the same as an ordinary human, only 2 meters tall. He was not as tall as the Ashoka young demon king, and was even considered short among the demons. However, his arms were longer than his knees and his eyes were as bright as lamps, carrying endless vicissitudes of life and profound wisdom. He had an extraordinary Dharma form. Sure. Jiang Tian's essence Qi turned into a giant hand and grabbed Ayu. He floated in front of Ayu and said calmly, Gu Hu, I'll let him go as long as you sign a divine soul contract with me and never attack the human race or unite with the ruins of deity. Sure. The old man has lived on Earth for tens of thousands of years. Our former master, the Annihilator, won't come again and I've already regarded myself as a member of Earth. I'm willing to help you establish a global mythological alliance and even help you deal with the invaders from the ruins of deity. Old demon Ancient Lake's eyes flickered, and an undetectable cold light flashed. he said in a deep voice. However, I want to sign a two-way contract. We'll never fight again as long as you and I live. My friend, Tai Chu, is too powerful and he can destroy the fiends as easily as cutting grass. I want to leave the fiends some roots and I want you to promise that you won't attack the fiends. He sighed, bowed and said sincerely, the fiends of the fiends have been destroyed. Fellow Daoist Tai Chu has already killed so many of our devilish race that we won't be able to achieve anything even after thousands of years. I'm sure fellow Daoist Tai Chu will give us a chance to survive. All right. Jiang Tian thought for a while and bowed. The Essence Chi hand grabbed young Demon King Asiu and handed him to Gu Hu. At the same time, Jiang Tian and Gu Hu each sent out a black divine sense. They intertwined in the air and formed a two-way divine sense contract. The divine sense contract was divided into two parts and injected into each other's heads. At the same time, the Essence Chi hand grabbed young Demon King Asiu and brought him to Gu Hu. It dissipated instantly and Asiu regained his freedom. Good. Brother Gu Hu, we're comrades from now on. Jiang Tian cupped his fists and said with incomparable sincerity, welcome to my heavenly clear sect if you have the time. I, Jiang Taichu, will surely welcome you with open arms. Of course. Gu Hu cupped his fists and bowed, his face full of smiles. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. The battle had ended just like that. Jiang Tian had forced Gu Hu to stop and ask for peace? That's good too. Actually, the secret lands and the entities of the other tribes are a powerful force. It's best that I can use them. Kong Teichu is really domineering. He killed so many demons and even the old demon king won't dare to do anything. Many people thought so. They smiled as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders, and they let out long sighs of relief. Peace. Many people ran out of their rooms and set off fireworks to celebrate this rare victory. Suddenly, Ancient Lake Demon's smile turned cold. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he laughed sinisterly. Kong Teichu, you've always been an upright person. I didn't expect you to be so despicable in the end. How dare you sneak attack me? Everyone still didn't understand why he was scolding Asiu. Countless flying swords behind Asiu became bigger and connected to each other, forming a torrent of sword aura that shot towards Gu Hu like an octopus opening its tentacles. Jiang Tian was sneak attacking. When Jiang Tian formed the Essence Chi giant palm, he had merged more than 9,000 flying swords into the giant palm and stuck them on Asiu's back. They were scattered all over his body, hiding in his scales, hair and the cracks of his armor. These flying swords had been refined by Jiang Tian countless times and were thinner than a cow's hair. They were almost invisible. Although Gu Hu had been watching Jiang Tian carefully and scanned him many times with his immortal will, he didn't notice anything until the flying swords were about to explode. At this moment, tens of thousands of swords shot out at the same time. They were like surging silver rivers, piercing towards the ancient lake from all directions. Gu Hu grunted and his eyes shone brightly. Black fiend chi exploded around him. The fiend chi was very magical. It expanded like a black crystal and made clanging sounds. It changed instantly and protected him in the middle. Jiang Tian's forehead flashed. The black divine soul contract was forced out and shattered under the pressure of the soul devourer's immortal will. The two-way divine soul contract was destroyed. No matter what the result of the flying swords was, Jiang Tian had already launched the second wave of attacks. Jiang Tian's eyes flashed coldly. Without saying a word, he swayed and crossed dozens of miles, appearing behind Gu Hu like a ghost. The absolute sky sword was already in his hand. He swung the sword. Then, the thousands of flying swords that he had secretly released had already pierced the fiend chi crystal. They drilled, circled, cut, swept, hacked, cut and ground. Suddenly, the sound of kacha-kacha rang out incessantly, like a rainstorm hitting a banana leaf. The fiend chi crystal was very strong. Nuclear weapons and even Kuelian weapons couldn't destroy it. Many flying swords were knocked away and pierced through a few demon generals and demon commanders nearby. They were bleeding all over and almost died. Shocking cracks also appeared in the crystal-like fiend chi crystal, as if it was about to collapse. Kong Te Chu, you're too naive. But Gu Hu was calm. He grunted and made a mysterious seal with his right hand and pushed it gently. Then the cracks began to heal. Go to hell. However, at this moment, Jiang Tian's absolute heaven sword had already arrived with boundless killing intent and chilling coldness. Chapter 1276. The absolute heaven sword was an immortal weapon that surpassed a true weapon. The ancient sage, Zhongli, had once used it to cut through the starry sky and destroy planets. Once the sword was unleashed, instantly, there was a thunderous roar and the sharp sword radiance was like a supernova explosion, illuminating heaven and earth. Even though the light was dazzling, a strand of extreme coldness arose in the world, and it was piercingly cold and murderous to the extreme. Instantly, snowflakes as big as a mat drifted down from the sky within a radius of 10 miles. The ground was covered in a layer of white frost that was extremely thick. Even the Gus Devil Lake was frozen in an instant, maintaining its rippling state. What? Absolute Heaven Sword. You actually got the Absolute Heaven Sword. Gu Hu was shocked and his expression changed drastically. In the spirit embryo, the demonic infant trembled like a drum. Endless demonic aura rushed out like a tsunami and poured into the demonic aura crystal ball, making it more condensed and tough. Clang! The sword landed heavily on the demonic aura crystal ball. The vast and boundless sword chi and vital essence that had been restrained all this time finally erupted at this moment. Its power was comparable to 10 nuclear weapons exploding at the same time. It had reached an unimaginable level. Crack! The demonic aura crystal ball instantly shattered. The sword continued forward and slashed Gu Hu's ribs. The spirit embryo was destroyed and the nascent soul was slashed until it was drenched in demonic blood. Whoosh! At the same time, tens of thousands of flying swords were no longer blocked by the demonic aura crystal ball and swarmed forward. You can't kill me! Gu Hu was indeed a nascent soul cultivator. Even though he was severely injured, he was not weaker than others. With a roar, he retreated gracefully like a flying dragon. Demonic aura surrounded his body and dozens of top-notch demonic weapons were summoned. They flew up and down, trying to block the flying swords. Although he was surrounded by danger, he was not in a sorry state. Instead, there was a strange sense of beauty. Suddenly, bang 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 bang, a few huge mountain peaks suddenly emerged from the ground and soared into the sky. They came from all directions and completely blocked his path of retreat. What is this? Galaxy crystal sand? How could you have galaxy crystal sand? Despicable! Gu Hu was hit in the back, and the sound of bones breaking rang out like a string of cannonballs. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and couldn't help but turn pale with fright as he cursed in exasperation. He did not know when Jiang Tian had scattered the celestial river crystal sand on the ground and laid in ambush. At this moment he was caught off guard. At this moment, hundreds of pieces of Milky Way crystal sand were floating in the air like mountains, surrounding him from all directions. They pressed down on him, reducing his space of movement. At the same time, those flying swords suddenly disappeared. He punched and kicked, intending to break through the rocks and open up a bloody path. But all of a sudden, countless flying swords appeared 5 meters around him. Clang, 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 clang. Thousands of flying swords stabbed into his body. Gu Hu's body was bleeding profusely as he floated in the air like a hedgehog. His mouth was bleeding, and there were a few flying swords stuck in his mouth. Only the sword hilts were left outside. Roar! Gu Hu gave a loud roar, and his spirit embryo trembled. His muscles trembled, and crystal-like devil chi kept spewing out from his wounds. His bones stretched, and his entire body trembled. Countless flying swords shot out. In the blink of an eye, his body had already grown to 300 yards. He had 3 heads and 6 arms, a pair of wings on his back, and a wide mouth with sharp fangs. His silver hair reached his ankles and fluttered in the wind. His extremely long fingernails were shining and curved like heavenly knives. In addition, the black crystal-like devil chi around his body continued to spread, and his pupils shot out cold devil light that was hundreds of meters long. That kind of devil power was simply world-shaking, causing everyone's heart to palpitate. Good brat, you have so many magical treasures. You even found the galaxy crystal sand. I'll crush you and take your treasures to make up for the losses of my devil race today. Gu Hu's eyes were filled with resentment as he gritted his teeth and roared angrily. His silver hair fluttered in the wind as he punched and kicked heavily. His power was abundant and irresistible, sending numerous galaxy crystal sand flying in all directions. He opened up a path and pounced towards Jiang Tian. These galaxy crystal sand were incomparably heavy, but they were sent flying dozens of miles away by him. They were like meteorites that had struck the earth, causing the earth to tremble and mountains to shake. They pierced through tall mountains and sunk dozens of meters deep into the ground. Even the tanks, fighter jets, and fortifications that were smashed were instantly turned into scrap metal and broken walls. Furthermore, during the process of him attacking, black runes formed by devil chi flickered, floated, and danced around his wounds. They were actually repairing his wounds. The runes flashed, and instantly his muscles squirmed, his broken bones glued together, and his blood flowed backward. In just a few seconds, his wounds were completely healed. Heavenly devil creation mysterious technique? Very strong. The reflection of Gu Hu in his pupils grew bigger and bigger. Jiang Tian laughed and patted the heaven-devouring devil gourd at his waist. He took out the darkest stone tablet. He took out the myriad stone cauldron. The darkest stone tablet danced and flew toward Gu Hu at high speed. The myriad stone cauldron floated above Jiang Tian's head. Strands of primordial aura drooped down like the first opening of Hongmeng, forming an incomparably strong defense. I've lived for 100,000 years and have eaten more salt than you have seen the world. You're courting death by fighting with me. Gu Hu's eyes were filled with disdain. Seeing the inexplicable stone tablet coming toward him, he flew into a rage and threw a punch at it. Why did my speed increase? Suddenly he was shocked. His speed had exceeded the speed of sound by more than 10 times. It was several times faster than what he should have been. It's the devouring power. Why is the attraction so terrifying? Could it be the magnetic force? Gu Hu's heart was filled with warning signs. He repeatedly used secret techniques to protect his body, but he couldn't control them at all. Forget it, I'll break it. A devilish light flashed in his eyes, revealing a sinister look. He had no choice but to form a seal with his left hand and punch heavily on the stone tablet with his right hand. Crack crack. Gu Hu was shocked to find that his fist was shattering inch by inch and his flesh and blood were exploding. His flesh and broken bones were instantly sucked tightly by the darkest stone tablet. Under the effect of the strong suction force, his flesh and bones were pulled until they became blurry, collapsed, diluted, spread, instantly covering the entire stone tablet. His fist and arm were rapidly shattering and disappearing. Soon, his arm was completely gone. Let go of me. The ancient Lake Demon King was terrified. His entire body was tightly sucked in and he had lost his ability to move. He was a nascent soul overlord, so he was still fine. The surrounding demon generals and demon commanders quickly flew toward the darkest stone tablet at an unimaginably fast speed. Pa, pa, pa sounds rang out incessantly. At the instant they collided with the stone tablet, their flesh was instantly lacerated, their blood exploded, and their bones and flesh separated. All of them were crushed and pulled into pieces by the violent suction force, turning into numerous black flowers that bloomed, and it was extremely strange and dismal. They were spread out like meat patties and instantly turned into pieces of paper that clung tightly to the darkest stone tablet. Then, they were completely devoured by the stone tablet and died a horrible death. Kong Techu, I submit. Let me go. Gu Hu wailed miserably and begged pitifully. The bones in his body cracked and shattered inch by inch. He was like a rubber man as his flesh was twisted and deformed. Kong Techu, I am willing to submit. Gu Hu was already speechless. This was because his tongue was pressed tightly to the stone tablet by the strong suction force and couldn't move. Then, it turned into a pile of flesh and blood. Jiang Tian's eyes were filled with killing intent and he didn't say a word. He pointed his right middle finger at the heart of his brows. Qi La. The consciousness of the soul devourer burst forth and invaded his sea of consciousness like tentacles to search for information. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A devil nascent soul that looked like a small person, pitch black and several inches tall, struggled out of Gu Hu's spirit embryo with great difficulty. It floated out of his head and tried to escape. Kong Teichu, my nascent soul has left my body. You can't kill it no matter what. Wait till I reform my demonic body, I will tear you into pieces. Gu Hu's devil-type consciousness was still resisting Jiang Tian's soul devourer. It roared crazily and was filled with hatred and unwillingness. After the nascent soul left, his demonic body lost more than half of its mana and was unable to withstand it. It was like being flattened by a rolling pin, spreading out and shattering into a pile of flesh and blood. However, the nascent soul was extremely strong. It was many times stronger and tougher than the Aurus core that was claimed to be eternal and indestructible. It could even travel through space and traverse the void, living for thousands of years without dying. No! The nascent soul only flew 3 meters away. However, amidst Gu Hu's desperate screams, it smashed into the darkest stone tablet and spread out like a fly being smashed into pieces. It was then absorbed by the stone tablet. The nascent soul was the crystallization of a cultivator spirit and was 80 to 90% of their cultivation. When the nascent soul was destroyed, the cultivator was like a sports car that lost its engine and was immediately reduced to a pile of scrap metal. At this moment, Gu Hu's body no longer had any mana to support it and could no longer hold on. With a Qi La, he was pulled all over the stone tablet. It was as if he was covered in a layer of black blood and then disappeared. The only nascent soul old monster left on Earth, old demon Tungus, Gu Hu, had fallen. Chapter 1277. After being nourished by the fiend blood and a nascent soul, the darkest stone tablet seemed to have become even darker. It flew back into Jiang Tian's hand and disappeared. At this moment, the entire place went silent. Within a radius of 100 miles, everyone was dumbstruck. They looked up at the sky, at the figure standing in the wind. They felt as if an ancient deity had come back to life. This can't be real. My ancestor has lived for tens of thousands of years, formed his nascent soul for 10,000 years and reached his nascent soul for thousands of years. He once fought against Emperor Yu and Emperor Ao and retreated. How could he be killed by a nobody in the Age of Doom? This is impossible. After a long time, young demon King Ao's eyes widened, his body trembling as he spoke in disbelief. His eyes were filled with deep fear. In his mind, Ancestor Xian was omnipotent, like a demonic god, undefeatable. Leader, please spare my life. The Prince of Assyria hurriedly knelt on the ground and said, Leader of the Taichu Alliance, the Babylonian civilization was threatened by the Tunguska demon lake. We wanted to support you before. He cried until he couldn't catch his breath. He was like a young man facing a judge who would decide his life and death. He understood that only by trampling on the prince's dignity and sincerely repenting and apologizing would he have a chance to obtain Jiang Tian's forgiveness, and only then would he have a chance to save his life. The Pharaoh of Egypt was even more terrified. His legs gave out and he fell to the ground. His body twitched violently and his energy became unstable. He peed in his pants. But no one laughed at him. The one that was killed by Jiang Tian was a supreme devil from the primordial era. He was a nascent soul cultivator who could move mountains and fill oceans. He was a heavenly lord who could lift the sky with one hand. He was a living fossil who had lived through the dazzling age of legends and fought against the ancient sages. There was only one such overlord in the world. Even if he was placed on a large cultivation planet in the depths of the universe, such an expert would be able to live a long life, sweep across the continent, and intimidate a star field. And yet, he had been killed by Jiang Tian. Too terrifying. The Sea King Arthur swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was terrified to the extreme. Jiang Tian had been deliberately suppressing his cultivation. However, during the process of tearing apart the immortal trap array, everyone could sense that his true cultivation was at the false core stage. However, a false core cultivator would not be able to withstand a single blow from a nascent soul cultivator. Even if a golden core cultivator were to fight against a nascent soul cultivator, it would be the difference between a mortal and an immortal, a mortal and a saint. It could be said that the difference between heaven and earth, the difference between clouds and mud. What did nascent soul mean? Ordinary people might not be aware of this, but for Arthur the Sea King, who had lived for thousands of years and knew about the ancient mythological era, he was no stranger to this. The so-called true immortal of the Jindan stage only referred to those who were similar to true immortals, or those who spent their entire lives hoping to reach the true immortal realm. But in reality, even if he had condensed a golden core, he would still be considered a cultivator with mortal energy. But nascent souls were different. His essence, energy, and spirit condensed into a brand new baby. It was as if he had been reborn and reconstructed. This baby could cross the void and travel the world even without a physical body. Only when a cultivator reached the nascent soul stage could he truly transcend the mortal body and be barely considered an immortal. He could control the laws of heaven and earth and break the limit of the physical body's lifespan. He could live for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Soul formation and void return were essentially sublimations of the nascent soul stage. But such a nascent soul stage overlord was killed by Jiang Tian in a few seconds. It was too terrifying. Kong Teichu's strength is so terrifying that he can kill a nascent soul stage overlord. Thousands of miles away in the Tower of Babel, the Assyrian king sensed this scene through his immortal will. He couldn't help but be scared out of his wits. Quick! Use a Dharma artifact to inform Prince Assyrian. Surrender! Surrender now! Kneel down and surrender! Although the Assyrian king was powerful, he was only at the nascent soul stage. There was still a big gap between him and Archfiend Guhu. He had been cruelly suppressed by Guhu and was looking for his teeth on the ground. But now, Guhu had been crushed to death by Jiang Tian. How would he dare to challenge Jiang Tian? He would be beaten to a pulp. This is too terrifying. How could there be such a terrifying overlord in the Age of Doom? I'm afraid that all of us will have to go to Tianqing School to beg for forgiveness. All of the other Babylonian experts also had ashen expressions, as if they had lost their souls. Their boundless despair and dejection brought with it a deep sense of fear. They were all old monsters who were born in the age of mythology and had gone through the dark tribulation. They were all golden core cultivators who had been sleeping in the divine realm. Before this, they had been using the blood coagulation art to maintain their weak vitality. They had been sleeping for tens of thousands of years just to wait for the day when the deity trap array was torn apart. They originally thought that once they were born, they would be able to run amok, sweep away everything, and dominate this small planet. When the tiger was not in the mountain, the monkey would be the king. But unexpectedly, there was indeed no tiger in the mountain, only a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus rex. Compared to Jiang Tian, they were still as weak as ants and could not withstand a single blow. In the ruins of the Atlantis civilization, sorrowful music was heard in the royal city at the bottom of the sea. Seahorses were neighing and weapons were flashing. I want to avenge my father. I want to kill Kong Teichu. Almu's son, Geoffrey, was only 17 or 18 years old, but he already had the strength of a Foundation establishment overlord. At this moment he was wearing armor and riding a tall seahorse. He was facing the thousands of oceanic race soldiers, waving his sword and roaring at the top of his lungs. Soldiers of Atlantis, are you willing to fight with your brave new king? Behind him, many beautiful oceanic race women were sobbing and crying for Almu's death. They were extremely sad. These women were Almu's queens, concubines and princesses. Unlike Jiang Tian, who was like an ascetic monk, Almu was romantic and charming. He had at least 100 concubines, and all of them were madly in love with him. In the distance, thousands of women and children were crying. The entire royal city at the bottom of the sea was gloomy and sorrowful. The atmosphere was oppressive and heavy to the extreme. Endless anger and hatred were flowing, surging and gathering. After all, this time, their losses were too great. A single palm from Jiang wiped out a golden city, tens of thousands of sea race warriors dying a violent death. Those were their sons, lovers, and fathers. Who could endure this? Kill Kongdi. Countless oceanic race members were roaring. Seahorses neighed, sea snakes circled, and battle intent surged. Monstrous waves of 100 meters high were set off, forming hurricanes and tsunamis. Jeffrey has finally grown up. He will be the new king of Atlantis, the new overlord of the sea. On the gate of the palace, an old man with a hunched back and a cane in both hands glanced at Jeffrey with gratification and sighed. Atlantis is invincible. The fire of our civilization will never be extinguished. Instead, it will burn even more vigorously. With Kong Techu's blood as the oil for the revival of our civilization, burn as much as you want, my warriors. This old man was the old king of Atlantis. He was the most senior, prestigious, and powerful. Although he was no longer the king, he was still the prime minister and the supreme commander of the army. But then, a general of the oceanic race rushed over on a seahorse and shouted, "Report! There's a big change in the military situation in Tunguska. Kong Techu killed Fiend Gu Hu and 8 nascent soul demon generals alone." "What?" Jeffrey exclaimed. The seahorse under him seemed to be frightened too. With a kick, Jeffrey fell off the horse and landed face first on the ground. The huge city was dead silent. No one could say a word. Even the concubines and princesses were so scared that they stopped crying and just shivered. This news was too shocking. Kong Techu fought with young demon king Ayu and Egyptian pharaoh Sidi, freezing tens of thousands of mummies and demons to death. In the end, even Gu Hu attacked. Kong Techu fought with him and turned the entire Tunguska into a wasteland, displaying a power that exceeded the explosion of 100 nuclear weapons. In the end, Gu Hu and many demon commanders and demon generals were killed. This kind of strength was already unimaginable and impossible to resist. It was like a 3-year-old child who couldn't defeat a boxing champion with a golden belt. After a long time, the old king said with trembling hands, "We underestimated Kong Techu's ability." His chest was still throbbing with pain. Back then, Atlantis didn't want to join the Tunguska army. It was young demon king Ayu who challenged them and forced them to submit. At that time, the strength displayed by the Ashoka young demon king was not something that the old king, Amu, and the others could compare to. Every punch and kick was filled with surging demonic energy. It was like a missile flying across the sky and a nuclear bomb exploding. The old king was defeated in just 3 moves. Now, even young demon king Ayu's ancestor had died in the hands of Kong Techu. He didn't even have the slightest bit of energy to take revenge. Fine. Amu's wife was unwilling to give up, but in the end she could only step forward and say sadly, "Announce to the world. From now on, the Atlantis civilization can't be enemies with Kong Techu and the Myth Alliance. Soldiers, disperse." Queen. Many of the Sea Tribe warriors said dispiritedly, their faces filled with sorrow and despair. They looked as if they had lost their souls. Even Jeffrey was stunned, as if he had forgotten that his father had just been killed. Announce to the world. It's not enough. The old king's face was full of dejection as he sighed regretfully. "I'm afraid that if we don't go to him, beg for mercy, and sign a divine soul contract, Kong Techu will never let us go. Let's make a trip. Perhaps it would be better to bring a few beautiful princesses and concubines. If it doesn't work, I'll do it myself. As long as I can exchange for space for Atlantis to live." The queen pondered for a while, her delicate face full of humiliation. Atlantis Undersea City could only endure the humiliation. After being slapped on the left side by Jiang Tian, they had to take the initiative to extend their right side. But if they didn't do so, who would have the ability to face Kong Techu, who was like an ancient god resurrected? This scene was not only happening in the Tower of Babel, but also in the undersea city. In fact, it was also happening in the Bermuda Triangle, the pyramids of Egypt, the banks of the Ganges River, and many strange temples in the primitive jungles of Africa. Countless participants were different, and the scenes were different, but the conclusion of the conversation was super consistent. Go to Kong Techu and ask for forgiveness. Support the establishment and joining of the Global Myth Alliance. Support the revival of Spirit Qi and be loyal forever. Finally, Jiang Tian made a domineering declaration to the world at the cost of killing a nascent soul-stage living fossil of the demon race and wiping out the Tungus demon race and Atlantis army. In this world, he was the only master. Chapter 1278. Sect Leader 1. Master is so domineering. Leader is invincible. 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 The disciples of Tianqing School and the members of the Myth Alliance, who were on the battlefield and around the world, were all excited and cheered. The battle scenes were all captured by military satellites and pushed to the world through Watch Me Live and various media. Billions of people witnessed this scene that was enough to be recorded in history. It's so exciting. Justice may be late, but it will never be absent. The leader of the Taichu Alliance is mighty. The savior is omnipotent. On Earth, billions of people were elated and happy. At the same time, their respect for Jiang Tian reached a new height. In the main training hall of Tianqing School, Jiang Changing, Zhang Wanqing, and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. Qing'er is about to give birth. Now that the secret land masters and alien gods have been suppressed, everyone is united to support the Myth Alliance. Jiang Tian can finally restore Spirit Qi without worry. Zhang Wanqing looked very excited and happy. She was finally going to be a grandmother. This was a great joy for her. The big picture is finally done. This time, the establishment of the Global Myth Alliance and the restoration of Spirit Qi are unstoppable. Yi Tianren clapped his hands and laughed. The eyes of the disciples of the Tianqing sect and the members of the Huaxia Guardians League beside him glittered with joy. Jiang Tian allowed Pu Jin and the others to tear up the previous contract and let the forces of Tunguska Demon Lake emerge and then suppress them. It was like appeasement and nurturing evil. If it was before, due to the inertia of human civilization, the joint conference of the top masters of all countries would be democratic and loose. But now, it was different. If the Tunguska Demon Lake and the other forces fought with the government of their own country and killed the civilians, they would lose their sense of justice and the right to be on equal footing with Jiang Tian. In the future, the Global Myth Alliance would be led by Huaxia, Tianqing School, and Jiang Tian, which would be of great benefit to Huaxia. He killed a nascent soul cultivator. How terrifying! Even the 4 nascent soul cultivators around the world, including ancestral patriarch True Dragon, were shocked and couldn't believe it. On the other hand, Jiang Tian, who was standing in the void, didn't look sad or happy. He wasn't affected by the fact that he had killed Gu Hu and the other experts. Alas, I haven't even reached the Golden Core stage and I'm facing a nascent soul stage cultivator. There's a huge disparity in strength and the odds of victory are slim. My lucky victory this time was entirely due to the might of the Darkest Stone Tablet, Absolute Heaven Sword, and other magical treasures. Jiang Tian's heart was unusually calm as he sighed slightly. His divine body and divine-grade false core were certainly powerful, but his nascent soul had already reached a whole new level. Before the battle, he felt it. Even if he unleashed his 6 godly bodies, it would still be difficult for him to gain an absolute advantage. The result would only be a life and death struggle, and both sides would suffer. Therefore, he pretended to shake hands and make peace first to eliminate old demon Ancient Lake's killing intent. Then he launched sneak attacks and magical equipment one after another without mercy. Gu Hu was caught off guard. In the end, he was crushed by the Darkest Stone Tablet's swallowing power. Among those magical treasures, the Absolute Heaven Sword was a deity artifact. The Dinghai Pearl and the Darkest Stone Tablet were divine artifacts and divine materials. Their power was immeasurable. Compared to the myriad stone cauldron, they were only stronger and could kill deities. Even with Jiang Tian's current power, he could only use 1/10 of their power, which wasn't something Gu Hu could withstand. However, Jiang Tian also understood. Magical treasures were external objects after all. They could be used, but they couldn't be relied on. The most important thing was to increase his power. Earth has been completely stabilized. There are no more powerful enemies left. After the spirit Qi recovers and Qing'er gives birth to the baby, I have to form the chaotic golden core. All the resources are ready. I can't waste any more time. A glint of determination flashed in Jiang Tian's eyes as he made up his mind. I'm willing to submit to the Taichu Alliance leader. I'm loyal and will never betray you. Please spare my life. The Sea King Arthur was so scared that he was trembling like a quail in the cold wind. He lowered his arrogant head and knelt on the ground, kowtowing incessantly as if he was pounding garlic. His forehead was bleeding. At that moment he was filled with regret. He would never admit defeat and was unruly. So, when he declared war on Jiang Tian, he wasn't as calm as the others. Instead, he was rude and humiliated Jiang Tian. He even asked Jiang Tian to kneel in his cave residence and admit his mistakes in a few days. How could Jiang Tian spare him? You're the worst. I won't spare you. Go to hell. Jiang Tian laughed coldly and slammed his palm down without showing any mercy. Boom. A giant golden palm that was 100 meters long slapped on the Sea King Arthur and smashed him into meat paste. Egypt's Pharaoh Sudi, who was kneeling next to him, trembled in fear. His hands and feet spasmed and his teeth chattered like a machine gun. But Jiang Tian didn't kill him. The pharaohs of the Black Pyramid had disgracefully served as guides for the annihilators in the ancient times and practiced the evil corpse refining technique they taught them. But in essence, they were still humans. They could still be united and saved. They still had value, so he would spare his life for the time being. The Myth Alliance obeys. After Jiang Tian killed the Sea King Arthur, it was as if he had just stepped on an ant, and his expression didn't change at all. He said calmly, "Occupy and control the secret realms around the world and suppress the gods of the alien races. Those who are loyal and have decent strength, stay. Those who resisted stubbornly were to be killed without mercy. Those who are threatened and have mediocre talent, dismiss them." Alliance leader. On the battlefield, Hera, Lu Shang, Ao Bing, Li Wuji, and the other overlords of the Myth Alliance were all excited and shouted loudly. Alliance leader. Ancestral Patriarch True Dragon, Patriarch Mingi, Lotus, Takong, and the 9 elders of Hongmeng had already gone to the secret realms and cave abodes around the world. After receiving the order, they immediately took action and started an extremely cruel and bloody massacre. Bursts of vigorous auras shot up into the sky like smoke signals, tearing the sky apart as they stormed into the secret realm and the god spirit's cave. Those were all nascent soul cultivators or experienced golden core cultivators. The top overlords of the alien races and the secret realms had already been attracted to the Tunguska Demon Lake. There were only a few of them left. How could they resist? Even the cave abodes and dimensional secret realms were destroyed and fell to earth. Today is the first battle of the Guardians of Wuxia after joining the Myth Alliance. Show your spirit and morale. Show the Alliance leader Taichu. Even Ying Su led the 3rd-generation disciples of the Tianqing school and the younger generation of the Guardians of Wuxia to fight around the world. They were completely inspired by Jiang Tian. Their fighting spirit was high and their blood was boiling. In fact, the accumulation of the Tianqing school over the years was unparalleled. Whether it was talents, elixirs, dharma treasures, and other cultivation resources, their foundation was already beyond the imagination of ordinary people. At the moment, there were thousands of warriors and cultivators in the Tianqing school practicing the cultivation arts given by Jiang Tian. They also had a lot of armors and dharma treasures, so they were armed to the teeth. Behind them stood 100,000 heavenly soldiers and millions of global defense coalition forces, which were supported by all sides. They also had the support of nuclear weapons and Kueilyan from the superpowers around the world. Boom! Boom! The earth shook and the sky was torn apart. The entire earth was in an uproar. Satellites captured huge fireworks blooming on Earth, like a hurricane erupting. Those were the attacks of True Dragon and other nascent soul cultivators. Their attacks were comparable to nuclear weapons and could be clearly seen on satellite images. Some superpowers even used satellites to lock onto the escaping golden core deities and experts and released sunflower lotuses. Immediately, wind and thunder surged in the heavens and the earth, and a sea of lightning raged, hitting them until they fell like raindrops, turning them into dust. However, Jiang Tian didn't care about that at all. The attacks of True Dragon and the others were like shooting a mosquito with an anti-aircraft gun. What secrets are star destruction hiding? I'd better find out for myself. He carried Ayu with one hand and turned into a streak of brilliant light. He charged into the Tunguska Demon Lake and approached star destruction deep underground. The surface of the Tunguska Demon Lake was only 10 miles wide, but people would find that it was only the tip of the iceberg when they went inside. It was like a giant gourd. The exposed part was only the mouth of the gourd. The lake inside was extremely deep and had a radius of at least 100 miles and a depth of 10 miles to 100 miles. Many fiend palaces and fiend palaces were built according to the terrain. They were emitting a black aura as they floated in the air. All kinds of fortifications were extremely tall and well arranged. They were connected together and looked magnificent. It was basically an underground city. All the buildings, walls, pillars, and ground were engraved with complicated and obscure fiend race runes. Vast amounts of fiend chi circulated, forming layers of restrictions that were filled with murderous intent. But how could this stop Jiang Tian? With a swing of his sword, mountain peaks collapsed, cliffs cracked, and palaces collapsed. The killing power of the runes and restrictions instantly disappeared, turning into broken walls and ruins. The young demon king Ayu's eyelids twitched. He felt his heart ache. They had spent decades building these palaces, and their value was immeasurable. But on second thought, he couldn't help but feel even more sorrowful. The entire Tunguska demon race was almost dead. What was the point of keeping these palaces? The fiends had already been defeated. These palaces already belonged to Kong Teichu. It didn't make a difference whether he destroyed them or not. Finally, in the deepest part of the Tunguska demon lake, Jiang Tian saw a majestic fiend palace. It was ancient and mottled. It was unknown how long it had been there. Above this palace floated a huge three-dimensional character that looked like a sculpture. It was very abstract and very wild. It was different from every angle, and its meaning was also different. It was definitely not a character from Earth. Others might not recognize it, but Jiang Tian was all too familiar with it. This was a common language of the fiend race, the upper fiend script. A three-dimensional upper fiend script contained many meanings. The information was highly condensed and condensed. It was equivalent to a human long speech of hundreds or thousands of words, and was somewhat similar to Immortal script. The meaning of this three-dimensional fiend script was the Fiend Seeker Palace, as well as the Tunguska demon race's goals and techniques. Within the Fiend Seeker Palace, there were 9 tall fiend Dao platforms. They were several hundred meters tall and were completely built from the bones of humans and beasts. These bones were not ordinary. Almost all of them were the remains of ancient sages or fiends that had reached the golden core or nascent soul stage. Even after tens of thousands of years, they were still indestructible and gave off waves of terrifying energy. Ribbons of black demonic light shrouded the Dao platform like flowing rivers. Endless demonic seal scripts floated and flashed around the Dao platform. The Dao platforms were like deep wells that led directly to the underground planet destruction. They absorbed the aura of the planet destruction for their own use. Above the Dao platforms, spirit chi, fiendish chi, and earthly chi that carried magma and sparks continuously spewed out. The fiendish chi gave people a feeling of great collapse, great desolation, and great destruction. It was as if it could completely devour and annihilate the world, turning it into nothingness. This is where Gu Hu and the others are in seclusion. It is also the place that connects to the underground planet destruction, Jiang Tian's eyes flashed coldly. He pondered for a moment. He was getting closer and closer to seeing the truth of the planet destruction. Chapter 1279. This Dao platform and these buildings are very old. They don't belong to the modern era. Instead, they are immortal after tens of thousands of years. Jiang Tian scanned his surroundings and combined it with the memories of the demons that he had found. He had some understanding in his heart. In fact, it wasn't like the speculations of many intelligence agencies that the Tunguska Demon Lake was formed by the big explosion more than 200 years ago. Or at least, this statement wasn't accurate. The underground part of the Tunguska Demon Lake had a very long history, much longer than the Tunguska explosion. In short, the demon's den under Tunguska had existed since the mythological era. It was a passage formed by planet destruction. In the mythological era, the demons were hunted down by the indigenous sages of Earth. As the spirit chi became thinner and thinner, this place became the residence of the demons. This place was extremely hidden. Other than the pre-Qin descendants like the Yu family, other than the ancient civilizations like Atlantis and Babylon, almost no one knew about it. However, at that time, the development of the demons was still suppressed. At least, they didn't have much of an advantage. Because the process of planet destruction devouring spirit chi hadn't completely ended, it didn't leak out spirit chi and energy for the demons to absorb. Until 200 years ago, when planet destruction's last crazy devouring activity competed with the immortal trap array for the last spirit chi in the world. As the guardian of planet destruction, Yu challenged Yu Wendin and won. He forced the other party to temporarily imprison the Dharma power of the immortal trap array, causing part of the array to fall, smashing the surface crust of the Tunguska Demon Lake and causing the world-famous Tunguska explosion. Only then did the Demon Lake reveal a trace of its existence. After the components of the immortal trap array fell and the Tunguska explosion, the spirit chi in the world was divided into two and was completely devoured by planet destruction and the immortal trap array. Earth also entered the true age of doom. Cultivation had reached the end of the road, and the ancient chi refinement cultivators were almost cut off. The famous Pre-Qin sects and the Kunlun sect could only hide in many secret realms. Any chi refinement cultivators who had connections didn't hesitate to become slaves or servants. They tried their best to attach themselves to and enter many secret realms. They didn't want to walk in the filthy world anymore, which would affect their cultivation and lose their lifespan. On Earth, the Pre-Qin chi refinement cultivators completely disappeared from the mortal world. Only martial artists, ability users, and talents remained in the mortal world. However, if the spirit chi was too thin, it would be difficult for martial artists to store spirit chi in their bodies and release true chi outside their bodies. They could only use some external martial arts and fist techniques, which were reduced to ordinary national martial arts and martial arts. As for those who had reached the realm of projecting true chi, they were able to dominate a region and were known as grandmasters. However, even then, the truth of the Tunguska magic lake could not be seen through with the backward technology of Earth. The demon soldiers and demon generals of the Tunguska demon lake transformed into human forms and walked the world. They relied on the heavenly demon technique to perform miracles and bewitch the tsars of the past generations and the leaders of the Russian native religions. They were worshipped as gods. It had great influence on the secular regime of Russia. Because of this, no secular forces would make a move against the Tunguska Demon Lake. As a result, the demons also obtained a rare period of stable development and recovery. They occupied the Tunguska Demon Lake, and the spiritual energy here became their resources for improvement. Richly endowed by nature, outshining the others. In the past 200 years, the Tunguska Demon Lake had subdued the lost civilizations of Atlantis, Babylon, ancient Egypt, and many other gods. That was why when Jiang Tian proposed the Global Myth Alliance, many secret lands and gods of other races rebelled. This white bone platform is more than 300 meters high and is made of countless bones. Walking up there is a bit of a demon art that has become 10,000 bones. A mocking smile appeared on Jiang Tian's face. He walked up step by step and arrived at the top of the platform. He saw. The top of the platform was completely hollow and led straight to the ground. He could see endless hot magma surging, like the mouth of a volcano. Many runes intertwined and floated, forming a flat surface. Normally, the grand cultivators of the demon race would sit on it and absorb spirit chi and malice chi. Kong Te Chu, what are you doing? Don't be reckless. It's too dangerous here. Jiang Tian made a hand seal as if he was going to open the seal and go underground. Yu, who was being carried by Jiang Tian like a chick, yelled, "Do you know how dangerous it is?" He was extremely nervous. His body was shaking and he clenched his fists tightly. Dangerous. Jiang Tian casually threw him to the ground. He took out 2 treasures while smiling calmly and said, "You're right." He smiled and said, "The underground is indeed terrifying. It's hot, high pressure and poisonous, but it's not a problem for me." According to Ayu's memory, Star Destroyer should be more than 3,000 kilometers underground, sinking into the lower mantle and entering the liquid outer core. According to Jiang Tian's speculation, the temperature there was more than 4,000 degrees Celsius and the pressure was so great that even diamonds could be pressed into liquid. The state of matter there was already unimaginable. It had the hardness of steel and titanium alloys, but also the softness of wax and asphalt. Jiang Tian had 6 divine bodies, so he wasn't even afraid of a nuclear explosion. He wasn't afraid of normal magma, high temperature and high pressure at all. More importantly, Jiang Tian had already prepared his Dharma treasures. Fire-resistant earth and mountain-crushing drill were the treasures Jiang Tian got from the treasure palace of the Changshan sect. They were both spirit treasures. One could resist magma and the other could drill through mountains and even go 10,000 miles deep. It was unimaginable for ordinary people. He took out the 2 Dharma treasures. One was the size of a bucket and looked like a craggy stone, but it was glittering. It was using fire to fight fire and heat to create heat. The other one was like a cone, a few meters long. There were threads on the tip, and the arc was smooth and beautiful. It rotated towards the back, and there was a cabin inside for people to sit in. However, the cabin cover was tightly sealed, as if it was made by nature. The cone looked like something out of science fiction and futuristic. However, there were ancient patterns on it, which proved that it didn't come from the future. Most importantly, the cauldron of myriad origin was the most powerful thing. Its initial energy could block all kinds of damage and helped Jiang Tian go underground. What a treasure! Senior Tai Chu, these 2 Dharma treasures are indeed powerful. They can go underground. Yu knew what was good and his face immediately changed. But after a moment of hesitation, he shook his head and said with fear, "There's still some immortal slayers on the planet. However, there are still immortal corpses slumbering around planet destruction. Once we get close, they might wake up. We definitely won't be able to resist them. Once we enter, we will die miserably." For thousands of years, the Tungus demons have been active in the area around the lake until we reach the demon begging palace. We can't open the platform. It's a forbidden area. Forbidden area. I heard from our ancestors that a peak-stage nascent soul ancient demon wanted to get close to the immortal slayers to devour spirit chi, but he was killed by the ancient corpses. So, those demon kings have been carefully reinforcing the fiend patterns on the platform to avoid any accidents. Senior, it's very scary. We have to be careful. For example, the ancient lake and the others are sitting on nuclear warheads to cultivate. Jiang Tian had massacred the Tungus demons. Of course, Yu hated Jiang Tian to the core. He hoped that Jiang Tian would die. It would be best if he was completely devoured by the terrifying underground world, leaving nothing behind. That would be revenge for his people. But he was afraid that Jiang Tian would bring him along. If that happened, he would also die with Jiang Tian. It's okay. If you can go in safely, what about me? Jiang Tian said with a mocking expression. Senior, I know you've searched my memories. But you're wrong. I did go to the vicinity of the immortal slayers, but someone else took me in. Yu shook his head. Yu's lifespan was over 1,000 years, and his memories were complex and long. Back then, Jiang Tian had only used a few minutes to search through his memories. It was like watching a video that was sped up 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Even with Jiang Tian's powerful divine sense, it was inevitable that he would miss something. Well, who took you in? Jiang Tian slowly opened Ayu's memories in his mind, especially the part about the immortal slayers. That memory took place about 30 years ago. His divine sense was completely immersed in Ayu's memories. Jiang Tian heard the ancient lake's voice, which was full of humility and respect. Envoy, Your Excellency, I didn't expect that after 100,000 years, the immortals of the immortal slayers still haven't forgotten their lowly servants. Jiang Tian saw a handsome white-clothed immortal, whose face was blurry, slowly walk into the Demon Seeker Hall. Old Demon Gu Hu and many other demon race experts kowtowed in front of this immortal. Who is he? At this moment, Jiang Tian suddenly felt his heart palpitate. He strengthened his divine sense and glared at this white-clothed immortal. This was because he felt a sense of déjà vu from this godly person. He had definitely seen this godly person in his previous life. Chapter 1280. Gu Hu knelt on the ground, trembling. Tears flowed down his cheeks like the most devout believer seeing a god. The many demon commanders and demon generals behind him bowed deeply with respect and joy on their faces. Jiang Tian tried his best to see the god in white, but it was useless. It wasn't that Jiang Tian's soul sense wasn't enough, but that the memory of Ayu might have been destroyed by the god. Or maybe he had set up a barrier on his face when he appeared to hide his true appearance. Although he couldn't see the face of the man, Jiang Tian still felt that he was very familiar. The face could be changed at will, but a person's actions and charm were difficult to change. Jiang Tian was sure that he had definitely seen this person in his previous life. However, Jiang Tian had lived for a long time in his previous life and had lived for 10,000 years. He had seen countless cultivators, mortals, immortals, and gods. Jiang Tian couldn't be sure of the origin of this person for a while. I'm late. The white-robed deity sighed faintly. He was tired and gloomy. He sat down on the Dao platform and looked around. He looked around and said, I met the Star Glory Federation's Vulture Galactic Hunting Team. They were led by the King of Refining, Zhou Feng. Back on Neptune, he almost detected my soul and my identity with the crystal camera of discernment. What a close shave. The Star Glory Federation has experts who came to the solar system and to Neptune. Jiang Tian was shocked. This was a very developed cultivation civilization in the central galaxy deep in the universe. Their refining technology was even more famous in the galaxy. They could create battleships that could surpass the speed of light, cross the universe, and destroy stars and even galaxies. In his previous life, he had traveled to this planet after he became an immortal. At that time, the Annihilators led the invasion of the Devil race. Jiang Tian and the chairman of the Star Glory Federation, Hong Sheng Celestial Venerable, formed an alliance and fought a 100-year war against the Annihilators. The Vulture Galactic Hunting Team, later the Vulture Galactic Expeditionary Force? Jiang Tian thought carefully and his expression changed. The Vulture Hunting Group was famous, powerful, and had an extremely high status. Almost all of them were cultivators above the nascent soul stage. Riding on interstellar battleships, they investigated and hunted down the Annihilator and his henchmen across the entire universe. They were directly responsible to the Federation leader. The names of everyone who had sacrificed themselves would be carved on the monument of heroes of the Star Glory Federation and on the last page of the national scripture that they recited every day for people to remember. In the beginning, this hunting group was very small, but after accumulating countless merits, their position became more and more important, and they continued to expand, becoming bigger and bigger. Hundreds of years later, it even expanded into an interstellar expedition army with hundreds of millions of members. Every one of them was an elite of the Federation. This army also became the most famous interstellar army of the Star Glory Federation. According to the time, this is only the initial phase of the vulture hunting group. Zhuofeng, the king of refining, had once seen his name on the Monument of Heroes when I was traveling to the Star Glory Federation after passing the tribulation and becoming an immortal in my previous life. According to the records at that time, he died in a nameless place. The warship he was on lost contact with his mother planet, and his body was never found. He was a real genius in refining, and his strength was unparalleled. A lot of information flashed in Jiang Tian's head. This Zhuofeng had an extraordinary background and was exceptionally talented. Be it in cultivation, combat, or refining, he had broken many records and dominated an entire era. His attainments in refining were especially profound and his creativity was very strong. Not only did he inherit the classical refining theories, he also carried forward the past and pioneered the modern refining lineage. He had invented a lot of far-reaching military and civilian magical equipment that would benefit the future generations. Even hundreds of years later, when Jiang Tian arrived in the Star Glory Federation, the magical equipment was still in use and did not lag behind at all. Originally, he had a lot of properties and wealth in the Star Glory Federation. He was one of the most famous and respected people in the Star Glory Federation, just like Bill Gates and Brother Ma on Earth. However, when the Annihilators began their invasion, he abandoned all the worldly glory and enjoyment and donated half of his assets to the country. He also joined the army and started as a private. He established the Vulture Hunting Group and became one of the 3 founders and founding members of the Vulture Hunting Group. Mr. Ambassador, are you hurt? The thought flashed in Jiang Tian's mind for only a moment before he heard Gu Hu ask with concern and anxiety. I'm fine. The deity in white replied casually, I'm on Neptune. When I was on Neptune, I destroyed many of their battleships and almost wiped out this hunting team. Then I rushed to Earth. Zhuofeng was the only one left alive. However, Zhuofeng was quite crazy. Even though he was heavily wounded, his spiritual embryo was destroyed by my secret arts, and his nascent soul was half dead, he still wanted to kill me. I'm afraid that Zhuofeng is in trouble. Hearing that, Jiang Tian shook his head with a bitter smile. He rode on a mount and brought a warrior with him, and he wanted to cross the void to hunt me down. That's crazy. As he expected, the deity in white said disdainfully, however, Zhuofeng was only a nascent soul cultivator. He needs to ride a starship to travel across the universe. He wanted to catch me across galaxies with his physical body. Wasn't he daydreaming even if he wasn't hurt? He couldn't withstand the vacuum environment. His body exploded several times. Although he chased me to Earth, he was already exhausted. I fought with him for 6 hours. Finally, I killed him with one punch above Hua Xia's Yanjin. He sneered and said, that old man wanted to kill me. That old bastard still wanted to possess someone else's body to be reborn and preserve his roots. Seeing that his god soul was incomplete, I ignored him. Even if he succeeded, he would only be a lunatic. He'd rather die. His servant and mount also ran away when they saw that the situation wasn't good. But I was in a hurry, so I didn't chase after them. I just erased their memories and left them to fend for themselves. At this point, the divine envoy sighed regretfully. Ah, what a pity. Zhuofeng's mount is still young, but it has a good bloodline. It can be of great use in the future. However, that's not worth mentioning. How's the Khanate fiend infant? From the beginning to the end, the white-robed god's tone was filled with deep disdain and cynicism. It was as if he didn't care about the life and death of billions of people. It was only at this moment that his tone became more serious and concerned. The Khanate fiend infant has been successfully nurtured with the spirit chi of planet destruction. It's perfect and can probably reach the level of star swallowing. Gu Hu said respectfully with an expression of flattery and showing off his achievements. HM? I knew it. The deity in white remained motionless and didn't cast any spells or secret arts. However, his immortal will could already cover half of the Earth and reach thousands of kilometers underground, even deep into the core of the planet. His voice was filled with deep ecstasy and excitement. Even his hands were trembling violently as he said, If the Khanate fiend infant is successfully nurtured, the plan that has been in place for 1,000,000 years can be implemented. This universe may be saved and it may even become an immortal universe. Billions of creatures won't turn into nothingness. Why would it save the universe? It's like a mouse guarding its master's house instead of stealing food. Hearing this, Jiang Tian's expression changed slightly. He was greatly astonished. The deity in white, Gu Hu, and the other fiends were obviously henchmen of the Annihilator. One was an immortal cultivator and the other was a fiend cultivator, a human and a fiend, but they all had the same goal. However, the Annihilator's mission was to devour and turn the world and the entire universe into nothingness. All civilizations and lives, even matter, time and space, would become nothingness and death. Such an outcome was even more terrifying than the collapse and chaos caused by the fiends. After all, matter would still exist no matter how chaotic and collapsed the fiends were. As long as civilization still existed and time was still flowing, all matter would be used again to add to civilization. However, Jiang Tian couldn't think about that right then, nor did he need to. After all, what the deity in white said might not be true. Jiang Tian had lived for 10,000 years in his previous life, so he wasn't surprised. Almost every organization and force, from the small sects, academies, and countries to the big ones like the Federation, the constellations, the space zones, and even a civilization, would find a righteous reason for their actions. They would shout a few slogans to confuse and deceive the people. Nobility was the epitaph of the noble, and despicableness was the passport of the despicable. This saying seemed reasonable, but it was actually very wrong. Most of the time, despicableness was the epitaph of the noble, and nobility was the passport of the despicable. History was written by those in power, and the slogans of the people were also controlled by them. In this world, it was difficult to distinguish between good and evil, true and false. Whoever said that he controlled the truth of history was an idiot. Soon, the deity in white made several hand seals and activated the restriction runes on the platform. He was about to jump down. Gu Hu stood up and bowed humbly. "Lord Envoy, let Ayu accompany you down." "Huh, you want to give Ayu to me as a hostage so that I can rest assured? That's thoughtful of you, but to be honest, there's no need for that. I was the one who created this restriction rune for you. How can it stop me?" The deity in white laughed loudly, giving off a domineering feeling that he was looking down on the world. Jiang Tian heard himself say respectfully, "Lord Envoy, I have been looking forward to destroying the planet for a long time. Please grant me my wish." This was naturally Ayu's voice. Jiang Tian instantly understood that Ayu wanted to get close to the planet to obtain great blessings and nourishment. Chapter 1281. At that time, the spirit chi in the world was so thin that star destruction had also fallen asleep and stopped devouring. As a Dharma artifact, it would consume a certain amount of spirit chi every time it devoured. At that time, star destruction wouldn't be able to devour much spirit chi. Instead, it would consume a lot of spirit chi. It would be better for it to fall asleep and wait for the spirit chi to change. However, even if it fell asleep, it still had half of the spirit chi on ancient Earth, so it would release a lot of spirit chi and spirit chi. The Tungus devils had risen from the ashes by absorbing the overflowing spiritual energy of planet destruction thousands of kilometers away. Their strength had increased, and they were far stronger than the other secret realms and alien races. They dominated the entire Earth sector. If he could absorb the spirit chi and spirit chi of star destruction at a close distance, even if it was only for a short while, it might allow you to reach the limit and become stronger. "Please grant my wish. Lord Envoy, please give us a chance because we've been guarding Tungus for tens of thousands of years." Gu Hu and the other old demons were also begging for mercy. They knelt down again and kowtowed to Lin Fan. "All right. You've been guarding this remote place for so many years and even went through the cruel battle of deities. I'll take him down there." The white-robed deity smiled indifferently and suddenly raised his hand to grab at the air. Jiang Tian felt the scenery in front of him shake violently, changing constantly. The next moment, boom, there was a loud noise. Yu was grabbed by the white-robed being and taken deep into the ground. The scene in front of him was extremely shocking. The strength of the white-robed being was at least at the soul formation level, or even higher. Jiang Tian instantly came to a conclusion. The danger and the harsh environment inside the planet were actually not much weaker than the void of the universe. Even nascent soul cultivators wouldn't dare to set foot there. He didn't rely on any protection Dharma treasures or Dharma artifacts. He only relied on his own Dharma power and physical strength, like a whale splitting a giant wave. Sizzle! Jiang Tian saw a true essence shield 1,000 meters in front of the white-robed being. Even a nuclear Kuelian wouldn't be able to break it. It firmly blocked the hot and red magma outside. With the white-robed deity as the center, the surging magma was split apart like a huge wave, rapidly flowing backwards. In the middle, countless crystals that contained enormous energy and were comparable to nuclear weapons exploded. There were also giant skeletons that were 1,000 feet tall and had been immortal for thousands of years in the scorching magma. They slashed at Qin Fan with long weapons and giant axes. However, these attacks did not cause any substantial damage to the white-robed emissary's true essence shield. In fact, Yu didn't even feel any heat or discomfort. In just half an hour, the white-robed envoy had brought Yu several thousand meters underground. Star destruction was already in sight. Even the current Jiang Tian couldn't keep up with this kind of speed. His opponent was at the soul formation stage or even higher. He might be a return to void stage or Dao integration stage cultivator. The disparity in power was too great. During this time, Yu had been constantly circulating his demonic arts, madly absorbing the overflowing spiritual energy. However, at this moment, Jiang Tian heard the voice of the white-clothed envoy, who didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This kid is actually drunk spirit. As expected, Yu's vision turned black and he fainted. A blank space appeared in Yu's mind, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. The so-called drunk spirit was a situation where a cultivator's body, spirit, and chi and blood could not adapt to the increase of spiritual energy from a place with low spiritual energy to a place with high spiritual energy. It would result in dizziness and unconsciousness. Originally, he wanted to further understand the situation of star destruction, but he didn't expect such a situation to occur. This Yu was too useless. Jiang Tian could only shake his head helplessly and continue to flip through Yu's memories. Envoy, this demonic infant is too terrifying. Quickly suppress it. Spare me! Spare me! Don't eat me! After a scene of Yu waking up and being taken care of by his family, Jiang Tian heard a series of screams and exclamations coming from outside, as well as the sound of collapsing buildings, rocks, and water bursting. Originally, the Tungu's demons were an extremely terrifying race. They killed people like flies and were unrestrained even in the mythological era. However, at this moment, they were like little white rabbits facing a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rex, filled with endless fear. Jiang Tian was also very curious. Fortunately, Yu forced himself to endure the discomfort of his body and went out to take a look. The scene in front of him was extremely terrifying. He saw a huge baby. It was extremely tall, at least 3,000 meters tall. It was wearing a red tutu, had a wooden comb back, and 2 upturned hairpins. It was actually a baby girl. The huge baby girl was chubby and looked like she was carved out of jade. She was very cute, but considering her terrifying size, it made one's hair stand on end. Endless black demonic auras surged around her, turning into pillars of demonic aura that swept in all directions. The evil aura covered the underground demonic lake within a radius of 100 miles. Countless huge demon corpses floated around the baby girl. All of them had broken limbs, heads, and waists. Some only had half of their bodies left, or their internal organs had been dug out. Many demon soldiers, generals, and commanders were helpless. They hid behind bunkers, cowered in the fortifications, or in the depths of the palaces. Cold sweat poured down their foreheads like waterfalls as they screamed in fear. Even Gu, who was uneasy, as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Only the white-robed emissary remained calm and watched coldly from the side. The huge baby girl crawled and danced in the air. She mumbled, so hungry, I need to eat something." She grabbed a demon general and twisted his head off. She dug out his dantian, grabbed a basketball-sized golden core, and stuffed it into her mouth. She chewed and swallowed it as if she was eating candy. Quickly summoned the divine soul of the Eclipse Demon Emperor. Gu, who shouted, "Yes!" A few demon generals rushed out and flew to a white bone altar. They chanted obscure demonic spells, turned the array pestle, and activated the array patterns. "How dare you be so presumptuous in my abode? How dare you kill my children?" A supreme demon emperor condensed on the white bone altar. He was 1,000 feet tall and looked extraordinarily mighty. Although he was only a divine soul, he was stronger than Gu Hu. According to Ayu's memory, Gu Hu was only a low-level demon general under the Eclipse Demon Emperor in the mythological era. In the mythological era, Gu Hu was not even ranked among his peers. He was not outstanding, not to mention compared to this demon emperor. It was like an ordinary soldier meeting the emperor of a country. However, he was lucky to survive and lived a long life. Even if his talent was average, he was getting stronger over time. The Eclipse Demon Emperor was the real ancestor of the Tunguska Demon Lake. He died in the mythological era, but Gu Hu's descendants used the secret demonic arts to carefully protect his divine soul. He had reached the divine transformation realm, and his divine soul had turned into the immortal primordial spirit, becoming a true demon god. Therefore, even if he lost his physical body, his destructive power was still extremely terrifying. The baby girl's fleshy palms slapped down like a cattail leaf fan. With a loud bang, the Eclipse Demon Emperor was slapped into the ground. The mountains trembled and the water at the bottom of the lake became turbulent. It was like a storm had broken out. Many barriers outside the palaces were distorted like balloons. The demonic Eclipse Demonic Emperor's godly soul was shattered into pieces. Many demons were trembling in fear, screaming and wailing in fear. The Eclipse Demon Emperor condensed again and shouted angrily, "Do you know who I am?" Another slap fell and many palaces collapsed. The palm went deeper and the Eclipse Demon Emperor was shattered into pieces again. He struggled out and said, "Ah." The baby girl laid on the ground and moved closer. Her black eyes stared at the Eclipse Demon Emperor as she drooled, "The taste of divine soul, I haven't tasted it for a long time. I have to taste it." "What?" Everyone was shocked as the baby girl opened her mouth wide like a whale sucking in water. She sucked the demon king of Eclipse into her mouth like a ray of light. What kind of demon baby is this? She can naturally absorb the power of divine soul. "Lord Envoy, why aren't you saving me?" The demon emperor was shocked. After half of his body was swallowed, he struggled to escape. When he condensed again, he had shrunk by more than half. "Emissary, save the demon emperor's divine soul." Gu Hu and the other demons were also frightened and screamed in fear. Humph! The demon emperor's divine soul was eaten and turned into nourishment for the demon fetus. It's better than his soul being destroyed. It's his honor. Billions of annihilators will remember your contributions. His name will be eternally known in the galaxy and the universe. The white-robed emissary's tone was cold and emotionless. He said indifferently, "If you want to save him, go ahead. It's okay to kill her as long as you have the ability. Subdue her." Gu, who was struggling. After hesitating for at least a minute, he suddenly shouted and led many demon generals to attack from all directions. Hundreds of thousands of demons also rushed out from their bunkers and fortresses. It was an all-out attack. At this moment, the chubby baby was crawling around at the bottom of the dark lake with the demon emperor's divine soul in her mouth. She muttered, "The taste of divine soul is still not as good as flesh and blood. At least there's enough of it." At this moment, many demons attacked. They covered the sky and covered the sun. The demons were everywhere within 100 miles. Even the ancient ships flew out. Seeing this scene, Jiang Tian finally realized what was going on. 30 years ago, the Tungu's demons were at their peak. There were at least 300,000 of them, and their warships were many times more than now. But when they fought Jiang Tian, there were only a few tens of thousands of them. Then, where did the remaining 200,000 go? Jiang Tian suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He came to a conclusion and quickly looked at the demon fetus again. Chapter 1282. The demonic nascent soul suddenly looked up at the many demon race mighty figures and ships in the sky with a greedy expression. So, the delicious insects are all hiding. She swallowed the remaining demonic eclipse emperors into her stomach. Her body swayed and expanded again. Now, she was almost 10 miles long, standing tall between heaven and earth. His head was especially terrifying. It was as big as a mountain and was disproportionate to his limbs. He had a wide mouth and sharp fangs. His eyes were ferocious and ferocious. His huge palm carried billowing demonic chi and swept towards the demons and the battleships. The enormous hand covered the sky and the sun, stirring up the entire underground lake. Wherever it passed, dozens of battleships, tens of thousands of demon soldiers, demon commanders, countless demon talismans, demon weapons, demon formations, and even cities and fortresses were all turned into black ashes and drifted away, like ink dispersing in the water. The floating black particles were either absorbed by her chubby palms or swallowed by her mouth. Even Jiang Tian was deeply shocked by this scene. He couldn't believe it. He had lived for 10,000 years in his previous life and was very familiar with all kinds of body types in the cultivation world, the deity world, and the deity world. But he had never seen such a terrifying body type. Because she didn't belong to the category of human, deity, or deity. She belonged to the Annihilator. She was a completely different kind of life form. She might not even be a life form. She didn't fear a physical body in the ordinary sense, but a special body of energy with consciousness. This baby girl had just been born. She didn't have any power of laws or spells or divine powers at all. She only used her instincts. She could use all her power as naturally as eating and drinking. But she had such terrifying power, which had already surpassed Jiang Tian's current strength. She was like a real deity. Even among the Annihilators, her constitution should be one of the strongest, far surpassing any known saint, immortal, or even divine body. Jiang Tian wasn't sure if the chaos divine body he was going to cultivate was a match for such a body type. What shocked Jiang Tian even more was, some of the ashes and particles had drifted far away and were slowly falling. However, they gathered into streams of black light and were absorbed by the baby girl's arms, legs, or any other part of her body. Every part of her body had an extremely terrifying devouring ability, like a black hole in the universe. She was like a black hole of consciousness. As expected of a seed, he had actually formed the innate 10,000 orifices demon infant, the body of oblivion. Good. That's great. You will become the greatest annihilator. You will inherit its soul and cause. You will become the greatest goddess in the universe. The white-robed envoy danced with joy. His eyes shot out 100-meter-long divine radiance and flickered with excitement. He took out a green bird-shaped wine pot and gulped it down. The baby girl was extremely terrifying. In just a few seconds, she had annihilated and devoured more than 200,000 demons. Retreat! Children, back off! Gu, who was so scared that he pissed and shat himself. He howled miserably like a ghost. Lord Envoy, please suppress them. We can't do it. If we wait any longer, the Tunguska demon lake will disappear completely. At this time, some demons who were older and more powerful than Gu Hu and were even comparable to soul formation cultivators screamed and died. They were devoured. I'm not full yet. One more. Seeing that the demon ships had retreated, the baby girl burped and sucked her thumb. Saliva dripped from the corner of her mouth. This worm tastes different from the others. I have to taste it. Suddenly, she looked at the white-robed envoy. She clapped her hands and smiled, then she swam toward the white-robed envoy. Even I want to eat it. At this moment, even the high and mighty white-robed envoy jumped in fright. He sneered and said, "That's right. She's a demon among demons, the ultimate demon in the universe. No, she's not a demon. She's the most powerful annihilator in the universe." Luckily, I brought the Emperor talisman this time. It's not a problem to seal a little girl like you. He waved his hand and a small talisman flew out from his hand. It was an immortal character, Emperor. The talisman grew bigger with the wind. Countless laws of the Great Tao intertwined and resonated with the Great Tao. The Emperor's power suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He looked down on billions of living beings and his vast magic power sealed the universe. Finally, the immortal Emperor's sealing talisman flew and imprinted on the baby girl's forehead. Soon it disappeared. Seeing this, Jiang Tian was shocked again. This is an immortal Emperor's sealing talisman. It contains the power of 10,000 worlds. This white-robed envoy has a powerful background. Annoying. How dare you suppress me? Being suppressed by the seal, the demon baby felt that her power was restrained. She was furious and roared unwillingly. She raised her fist and rushed over, punching wildly. The white-robed emissaries' demons were beaten until they vomited blood one after another and were sent flying like rag dolls. The entire underground demonic lake was almost torn apart as it was filled to the brim. However, the sealing power of an emperor's throne was unimaginably vast. The demon baby's body was suppressed until cracking sounds could be heard. She kept shrinking, and her demonic aura was also rolling back. In the end, she turned into the size of a normal baby. She lay on the ground and ate her toes. "I'm hungry. I'm hungry. You didn't even give me a bite to eat. White-robed little worm, I'll eat you sooner or later." The underground demon lake gradually regained its calmness. Many demons crawled out from their bunkers and walked out of the fortress with lingering fear. They looked at the baby from afar and didn't dare to go forward. "Envoy, is this considered sealed?" Gu Hu asked with a trembling voice. He didn't know when his arm had been broken. He quickly used the heavenly demon creation technique. Black demonic runes flickered and quickly repaired the wound. Terrifying. If I were to cultivate for 8 to 10 years, wouldn't I be able to destroy the entire universe? The white-robed envoy was also stained with blood. His bones and tendons were broken, and his body was twisted like a rag. His neck was also broken, and his heel could be seen. He held his head and made a few hand seals to repair his body. He coughed non-stop and spat out a lot of blood and internal organs, but his voice was filled with joy. "I can only say that it's temporarily sealed. It's not enough. Her power is too terrifying. She can break the seal at any time. Even the Emperor-level seal can't suppress her? Terrifying. What should we do? Envoy, quickly take her away. Our temple is too small. It can't contain such a great god. It's too dangerous." Gu Hu's heart still had lingering fear. The corners of his eyes trembled, and he couldn't wait to send the god of plague away. "I don't dare to take her away. If she breaks the seal, she can even swallow me alive." The white-robed envoy didn't hide his fear at all. He frowned and pondered for a long time. "I'll find a suitable mortal body first and let her live in it as the second layer of suppression. With the sealing power of the immortal Emperor talisman, it can suppress her for decades. It's not enough. It's not safe yet. This thing is too terrifying. Do you know that we've bred tens of thousands of such demon infants in other places? Even if they're just 9 apertures, they can swallow tribulation stage experts and defeat immortal venerables. This is 10,000 apertures, the strongest among them, the most terrifying one. If I do well, the higher-ups will reward me greatly. If I don't do well, I might be eaten by this demon infant." He paced quickly with his hands behind his back. His hands were constantly forming seals. Apparently, he was calculating and deducing quickly. Then, he said decisively, "I have to go back to my mother planet and find a planet-level spaceship or call a few immortal venerables. Only then can I safely take her away. Hand her over to the higher-ups." Finally, he picked up the baby girl and turned into a stream of light that pierced through heaven and earth. He shot straight into the sky and flashed away. These memories were very complicated, but Jiang Tian used his vast divine sense to examine them. It only took him a little more than 10 minutes. Jiang Tian also carefully went through the remaining 20 years of Ayu's memories. He even went through the memories of many other devils. However, there was no trace of information about the demon infant and the white-robed envoy in their memories. They even kept it a secret and didn't mention it. Perhaps the white-robed envoy had cast a thought restriction spell on them. Jiang Tian stopped searching the divine sense and pondered for a long time before he gradually calmed down. He used his divine sense to carefully scan the surroundings and found that the cracks were still there. Many buildings had been destroyed, and the Dao patterns of the devil race had been broken. However, these devils were good at creating things and had carefully repaired them. It was very difficult to find them. There were still some slightly annihilated particles left on the ground. Those were the particles of the devil race's mighty figures and spaceships. They were the purest energy particles and were extremely small, even surpassing the quark level. Even when Jiang Tian scanned with his divine sense, he couldn't see them. Suddenly, Jiang Tian had a flash of understanding in his heart. His face was full of shock and suspicion. His eyes shone brightly, and he murmured in a stern voice, "Could it be that the truth of the destruction of stars is like that? If it's really like that, then it's too scary." Chapter 1283. Earth's history was shrouded in layers of fog. Even now, there were still many unsolved mysteries and inaccuracies. In the ancient mythological era, there was Empress Hua who created mankind, Emperor Fuxi, Suiren, and Shennong who sowed the seeds of civilization. There were incredible beings such as the Annihilator who invaded Earth and fought with humans and demons. There were powerful beings such as Emperor Yu who created the 9 cauldrons to compete with planet destruction for spirit qi. There was Emperor Zhongli who cut through the sky with his sword and destroyed the ancient star road. He used the continent as a ship and the peerless array as a propeller to start an interstellar wander and expedition to the South Gate twin stars. There was Emperor Ao who set up the immortal trap array from billions of miles away to cover the entire Earth and imprison a star. This was a dazzling and magnificent painting. This was a history of enduring hardships, unyielding, and courageous resistance. It shocked and inspired the hearts of the people. These past events made Jiang Tian feel incredible and subverted many of his old ideas. After all, Earth was a dead star in his eyes. There was no cultivation civilization. However, these were still acceptable to Jiang Tian. In terms of the dimensions of the universe, many lost civilizations and withered planets had once had glory and had given birth to great saints. However, things always go in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. It was the same for a person. There were always ups and downs, and it was the same for a civilization. However, never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that a powerful cultivation civilization had come to Earth just 30 years ago. There were even famous experts from the Star Glory Federation, and even the White Envoy who had contact with the Immortal Emperor. There was even 1,000 orifices demon infant and a supreme fiend god with a silent body. After all, even in his previous life, Jiang Tian had traveled the endless galaxy, but he had never heard of a legend of a powerful person coming to Earth. He only knew that his master, the Immortal Sovereign, had come to Earth once, which was when he took him away from Earth. However, there were very few people who liked to travel the universe and set foot in barren lands like his master. Because, in terms of the dimensions of the universe, Earth, the solar system, and even the entire Milky Way were all barren lands. There was too little spiritual energy and an extremely poor environment for cultivation, which was not conducive to the cultivation and survival of cultivators. It was impossible for a strong cultivation civilization to be born there. After 100,000 years, the emissary of the Annihilator has come to Earth again to wait for Planet Destroyer to give birth to the 10,000 orifices demon infant. It seems that Earth has never left the Annihilator's sight. Jiang Tian's eyes flashed as he pulled himself out of Ayu's memories. He frowned deeply and revealed a contemplative expression. Above the heavens, in the deep starry sky, there is a pair of eyes coldly watching Earth. His eyes shone with divine light, and his eyes shone brightly. It's even possible that the annihilator of the primeval times unleashed planet destruction, led the grand cultivators from other domains to Earth, and killed the local grand cultivators and grand cultivators of the human race and the demon race just so that the 1,000 orifices fiend nascent soul would be born 100,000 years later. Jiang Tian originally thought. In the primeval times, the annihilator came to Earth to destroy the cultivation civilization of the ancient Earth, or to create a powerful Dharma artifact. But he didn't expect that it was to create a fiend fetus. Such methods to raise divine fetus, and devil fetus were extremely rare and costly even in the most magnificent cultivation civilizations in the universe. Jiang Tian had lived a long life and traveled the endless universe, but he had only heard of dozens of such arts and had only set them up a few times himself. In his previous life, a good friend of his, the floating celestial emperor, married an ordinary woman and gave birth to a child without any foundation, which could be called the worst of the worst. The floating celestial emperor was so anxious that he jumped up and down, so he could only ask Jiang Tian, who was famous for his array skills, for help. Jiang Tian used this method to secretly raise him inside a stone embryo. He used the blood of countless virtuous paragons to nourish him. He even crushed the bones and flesh of many divine beasts to serve as medicinal ingredients. In the end, Jiang Tian used the spirit energy of many living stars in the sea of stars to nourish him. Just like this, he nourished him for 3,000 years. In the end, the child of the floating celestial emperor broke out of the stone fetus and reached the soul formation level. He became a deity in 600 years and was only slightly weaker than Jiang Tian. This child dominated the galaxy and was invincible. She had killed countless return to void stage and Dao integration stage cultivators before finally ascending to the emperor's throne realm. She was a wise divine lord and was known as Immortal Emperor Nian Chu. Her name hung over the galaxy for several thousand years. He was even more powerful than his father, the floating celestial emperor. He was grateful for Jiang Tian's kindness and called him grandfather. It meant that Jiang Tian had given him a new life and was more important than his father, the floating celestial emperor. Jiang Tian was the first father and the floating celestial emperor could only be second. But no one thought that it was unreasonable. The floating celestial emperor gave him a bloodline, but Jiang Tian rebuilt it for him and turned him from a mortal fetus to a sacred fetus, reaching a different level of life. It was like the floating celestial emperor and his wife had given him the materials, but Jiang Tian was the one who made the materials into art. 10,000 years ago, he didn't hesitate to destroy the spirit chi of an entire planet to give birth to a fiend fetus. That's an earth-shattering plan. Jiang Tian's expression was very solemn. He actually felt a bit emotional. Even though the Annihilator was the common enemy of all creatures in the universe, they destroyed everything. However, one had to admit that there were quite a few people among them who were extremely resourceful, had great foresight, and possessed great talent and bold vision. Wait. Jiang Tian's eyes glittered and his heart raced. The power that the 10,000 orifices fiend infant just showed is beyond the soul formation level. It's several times stronger than Yen Chu. The spirit chi on ancient Earth had been completely taken away by them and the bloodline of the ancient cultivators was getting thinner and thinner. At the moment, the talented people on Earth, such as Yi Tianren and the 9 elders of Hongmeng, were all ordinary in Jiang Tian's eyes. Even if they were nourished by endless cultivation resources, they could only reach the soul formation level. In terms of real talent and constitution, they weren't even as good as Ancestral Patriarch True Dragon. After all, Ancestral Patriarch True Dragon's dimension also occupied 30% of the spirit chi on ancient Earth, which was enough to preserve their bloodline and continue their civilization. The spirit chi on ancient Earth, even if it was all there, wouldn't be enough to give birth to such a supreme fiend fetus, not to mention that Planet Destroyer only absorbed part of the spirit chi. Jiang Tian suddenly felt a chill down his spine. His sharp eyes pierced through the underground lake, the fiend lake and the clouds to look at the bright stars and the depths of the universe. An unimaginable thought uncontrollably surfaced in his mind. So, the Annihilators might have used other planets? Does that have something to do with the fact that the galaxy became a barren world? If Jiang Tian's idea were to spread, it would definitely shock a lot of people, just like how they couldn't accept the existence of the ruins of deities. But Jiang Tian certainly had his reasons. Even though the formation of life and civilization required all kinds of extremely harsh conditions and the probability was extremely low, there were hundreds of billions of stars in the galaxy and countless Earth-like planets. So, considering the scale of the galaxy, at least thousands of planets with life and hundreds of powerful civilizations should have been born. However, neither the scientific evidence of humans on Earth nor Jiang Tian had seen or heard about any decent civilization in the galaxy when he traveled through the galaxy in his previous life. That was too abnormal. Jiang Tian wondered if it had something to do with the Annihilators deploying Planet Destroyer to Earth, eradicating the many budding civilizations in the Milky Way in advance and guiding the spirit chi to the ancient Earth would create conditions for the formation of the devil fetus. Secondly, turning the Milky Way into a remote and desolate place would cause the countless cultivation planets in the central galaxy to have no interest in this star field. Then, silently implanting Star Destroyer into Earth to breed the supreme devil fetus. Jiang Tian was shocked. If this theory was true, then the Annihilators' plan to create the fiend fetus would take much longer than Jiang Tian had thought. It might take millions or even tens of millions of years. It was not just the ancient Earth that was involved, but many planets with life, and even the entire Milky Way. This kind of playstyle was simply earth-shattering. Using the sky as a chessboard and the planets as chess pieces, they didn't hesitate to extinguish the spark of civilization in an entire galaxy and turn it into a barren world to cover for the fiend fetus. One fiend fetus and 10,000 planets destroyed. Jiang Tian's scalp tingled and his eyes turned cold. In his previous life, after ascending to the divine realm, he had also destroyed some fiend planets, but the scale of the Annihilators was still terrifying. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.